Hello, Richard here from EagleSix Airsoft. I am going to be recording this session, which is on a Tokyo Marui MP5, the A5 NGRS. So this is this particular one has already been built up by us with upgrades, and it reached testing stage. And it passed the range test according to paperwork, and we're getting 263 on FPS on 3.2s, and when we tried to video, we were spamming single shots for the video, obviously to demonstrate trigger response, and we saw some very inconsistent shots down range, so almost like they were sort of dropping off, which is a bit of a weird one, because unfortunately, and this is part of the reason why we're videoing a lot of these gun tech videos now, is because it's not obvious what the problem is. There's no help support we can phone. We just have to obviously try and resolve this problem. Have I had an MP5 before dropping off in range and accuracy? Nope. So so we just have to figure it out. Obviously we're going to be going in there, standard rules apply. We're obviously looking for untoward things not quite right. We're going to be obviously double checking all of the work previously done, just to make sure that obviously everything is correct there. And you get to join me on this journey and adventure into this gun. So right, jog my memory. Right, okay, so we're going to start by getting the front end off, which is a Phillips screwdriver. Try to get in there, it's a bit awkward. So there's two of them either side. Okay, so just recover that spring. I'll go. Move it a bit closer, make sure I stay near the camera for you. Oh, quick shot. I think that's a bit better, don't you? Something like that. Right, so obviously we need to remove this upper receiver, so we're going to knock this gearbox pin out the back. Obviously always put it to safe, and we are going to where's the pin punch? Oh, I could use my shiny new ones. Oh, it's a bit bloody stiff. Jeepers. 2.5 maybe. So 2.5 Allen key at the bottom here. So these are self-tapping threads. Again, try and be careful when putting them back on. As with all base plates, there should be a TM motor and TM motor base plate. This is directional, so keep an eye on that. Okay, so you want to keep an eye on orientation, if you know what I mean, of the wiring. I mean, if necessary, you can do things like, you know, just draw on here. So obviously we've got the grip like this, you know, obviously going to be, you know, that direction for the gun facing. We obviously want the red over here, and obviously we want the black. They'll roughly come in the same direction. I want black like that. So with pins up here, and obviously this is the red pin. Okay, so on this particular one, the is screwed onto the actual motor itself. So it's really important when you're fanning around with these that you make sure you get this in the right side. And obviously what you think is that oh, it's you know, red, black that side, and you end up, you know, because obviously the red is, if you look, the red is here, so you put this in line with it, and that's obviously, you know, not red, it's black. So so yeah, so obviously, and suddenly people are contacting me saying their MOSFETs have magically blown up. Well, yeah, so they don't like it. They don't like it up if it's wrong. So the reason obviously we say to pay attention to the motor wires is that obviously we get so many builds in where people haven't paid attention to motor wires, and it can be incredibly important to route the wires in the correct position to make sure that you get the motor in the correct alignment, and yeah, and it's something that everybody just gets wrong, like all the time. So so it's really important to pay attention to obviously how the original factory has routed it. Usually, like I say, these companies are doing things for reasons, so even though we take their lovely guns and obviously fix all their problems and upgrade them, there's obviously some stuff by design, with some companies doing stuff a bit better than others. I mean, just an example, did you know that on most Tokyo-Marui airsoft guns, around the battery area, there's a small clip to be putting the mini Tamiya connector to lie it flat and flush, and it clips in place on most of the TM ones. You know, so TM's created this little area for it to clip in, so when we come in and we put Dean's connectors on there, it actually makes it harder sometimes to fit the battery and the Dean's connector, because, you know, it's designed with this lovely little slot. You know, Scar's a great example, you know, to lie the mini Tamiya flat, and therefore make everything all nice and easy to fit. So so yeah, and then we come in and put a Dean's on and, you know, ruin the lovely fit. So I believe before this will come off, the upper receiver has to slide forward. So we should be able to do that now. Like that. Just make sure obviously all the wires and stuff get tucked here neatly, so we can take that forward and off the front. Okay. So obviously your grip screws are out at the bottom here. Obviously we've got the back pin out, we've got the front pin out, and obviously we've slid off the upper receiver. So we now should be able to remove this fire selector, so we're going to want to spin that all the way around, and in order to disconnect it we have to pull the trigger at the same time and then pull out the left one. Oh, there we go, other way. Righty. So it shouldn't require any prizing, which obviously I wish I could tell my first time myself I did this, so but there's always a first time in there. We're going to disconnect the, we're going to pull this off. Oop. Try and tuck all the wires through. So I want to remove this hop unit. There is a clip on the side of it that holds it in place. I keep getting these coming in from people with it broken. I'm not entirely sure how, but yeah, just basically prise this up, and it's obviously designed to hold the hop unit tightly against the gearbox, you know, even though there is a spring there to push it against it. You know, Token really love that over engineering, or is it just enough engineering? So yeah, I mean, I love this. This gearbox is one of my favourites. You know, this is obviously, you know, one gun of the year, this gun. You know, it's just, I always describe it as the gearbox is, in comparison to the original Murray MP5 or other companies' MP5s, you know, this is like a 2025 car engine that you get, you know, in, I don't know, 2025, you know, Fiesta or Focus, if there is such things nowadays. And you know, now go back 20 years to the exact same car, you know, and how square and open that gearbox would have been. You know, this engine, this gearbox, you know, has used every ounce of every bit of space, you know, that's available in there. And you know, just this, you know, you can imagine those modern car engines using all them moulded you know, filters and using every bit of space in order to get that cool shapes and stuff that cars have, whereas obviously back in the day they were just square boxes with space around the engines. But yeah, I mean, we can hark on about obviously the good old days when you could actually service and do your own car, but you know, this is just, it's just better, you know. And if obviously this is the future of airsoft guns, you know, bring it on, TM. Let's see something new. Come on, you know, it's been 2 years since they've released an NGRS, so come on, we want something new, something shiny. Yep, we were doing the hop unit before I get distracted with my yapping. Come on, you bugger. Oh, it's me being twat. Right, so pull the wires up. Obviously we can now remove the hop unit. You know, we've got an accuracy issue which isn't specifically always, you know, hop related. Bearing in mind this passed the range test, but it is part of the equation, isn't it? So, you know, range, accuracy, it's doing out and down, you know, could be the hop, could be. So obviously that's a possibility, but my thinking is probably going to be something to do with this nozzle. I mean, look at all that sort of debris that's around that nozzle. I mean, that's not fantastic, is it? It's almost like it's chipping. You know, I mean, it's a fairly new creation, the FPS nozzle. You know, maybe there's a problem there. We do have the alternatives of the Fireflies, but they are substantially harder to get and more expensive. You know, we are heavily relying on FPS, and it is frustrating. Like, for instance, their NGRS tapper plates are terrible. So they've done them to the specification of, I don't know, something, original gears or I don't know what. But you put the Prometheus gears in there and there's a little bit less of a distance that it pulls it back, I think. And it just basically puts the FPS tapper plate on a knife edge. Whereas the Prometheus is just spot on. So yeah, it would be nice if they would just revise those to have slightly more thicker fins at the back, if you know what I mean, just to make sure that it's obviously always being pulled open. That's the thing, obviously, you know, if it's too thick, right, it can obviously wear, you know, and it can actually make it thinner if it's obviously pushing it back and hitting a back wall. But obviously if it's too short, you know, it just doesn't pull it back enough, does it? So it's just always that way. Right, so let's try things like just like a movement test. I mean, it's moving, doesn't feel like too great or anything like that, like maybe it's getting the interference and stuff. We were going to try the actual hop unit itself. We could do a nozzle length check on it in a bit. Yeah, you know this is going to be a frustrating one, don't you? I mean, obviously it's nice to see maybe that sort of debris maybe indicating a problem there, you know, but we haven't had anything jump out at us yet, have it, saying, screaming, you know, I'm broken. So, yeah. Righty, so disassembly of this, yeah, and it's like I say, take down to get to the gearbox is obviously, compared to the original MP5, night and day better. You know, the person who designed this, you know, I need to buy this guy a beer. You know what I mean? It's just one of the best ones that's been designed. It's so easy to get down such a simple, you know, part and another simple part, and just here we are. You know, obviously with a fantastic resin construction, you know, on the plastics. So yeah, so we've got this bit unclipped, and just remember that obviously on final assembly to always connect that and push this back ever so slightly so it clicks like that. So and then put the upper receiver on. If you forget that, obviously your blowback feature won't work. So we are just going to remove So this little e-washer over here, that is annoying, isn't it? There we go. It's doing it right. It's because you always got to be prepared to catch the bastard. So you got to do it in a way that, you know, as it comes flying off, you grab it. That is, we'll pull it out to the back. Can now lift off this, slide this off the front like that. We're going to remove this back. Should just be able to lift him up like so. And we take this unit off over here, which is, so start with the magnets for the bolt release, the auto stop feature. Put him to the side. We're going to have 4 now on the M system cover. 2, 3, 4. We want to pull the wires through, lift out the board, put it over somewhere safe. These are your MOSFETs that obviously drive it, power wise. There's your back diode here that prevents obviously the reverse current. You know, if you, in theory, short circuit or whatever, but don't do a good enough job. Or for motor spikes and stuff like that, you know, voltage spikes. These are the ones that do your fire selectors. You know, they sense the magnet position, Hall effect sensors. And there's obviously your IC there. Diagnostic ports over there. Yeah, it's cool. This is version 2.1AT. Right, so a T10 screwdriver. That's a little light reflector for the switch. It might be easier just quickly pulling out the tapper plate. Just quickly doing a test before I carry on. So there's a tapper plate spring. One of the benefits of new V2, you can just take it out of that window. You know, I mean, just looking here on the inspection, I don't know how much you can see on there, but you know, moving this backwards here, I don't like the concept that moving this starts to move this gear, this sector gear. I'll refer you to a previous video where we talked about said things and the importance of obviously checking the sector gear height against the other things around it, i.e. the tapper plate check. That could suggest that the tapper plate check wasn't done by Andy, unfortunately. We'll carry on and keep checking. I mean, you know, the concept being is that, you know, obviously if the tapper plate tries to go that way and the gear is obviously winding backwards and the tapper plate's moving that way, is that then doing something, you know, to the speed of the tapper plate as it, and the nozzle as it tries to go forward, and then the gear's winding backwards and it's, you know, oh, I'm going this way, oh no, I'm going that way, oh, I'm going this way, oh no, I'm going that way. So as it, obviously the gear's trying to spin the other way. So we will check that. And this is what we're hoping for though. You know, I mean, I can't say that it's the solution, but you know, all the time we're looking for outliers, things that are standing out from the norm, things that are different than, you know, it working. You know, why is it not working? Well, let's look for something a few screws on this in there. Right, so there is a compressed spring in there, so we want to push down here, and then what we're going to do is we're going to lever the back up and off, all the while poking with something small. what she said. Through here, just to make sure that these gears and shims stay down. While we prise it off the front of the cylinder head, we want to gently get our finger underneath, sort of move this off to the side. Look, we're sort of negotiating it. We want to slowly turn that round, because what we're looking for is to make sure that if any sort of shims have dropped off, that they're recovered, to give us the potential option of keeping the shimming as is, while reserving the right to reshim if we want to. Then we can obviously take that pressure off that spring. That's out like that. Okay. So if we're going to be, so we've got this weight at the top here. So if we are trying to remember, obviously this orientation, we've put it back on, so we're probably, for just ease of everything, just going to be lifting this out right now. You know, in my opinion, like I say, you sort of I don't think you really need to disassemble all that. It's now obviously, you know, shown us, and we can now just move it across rather than taking all these apart to take it off before you take this apart. So just remember, obviously, that right up against the front of the gearbox, obviously we've got you know, one teeth in that end one there, and two to the right of it, if you know what I mean. So just try and remember that orientation. I guess we are then. I swear to God I didn't take it off last time. Seems bloody well on there, doesn't it? Right. Why the hell did I think that then? I'm sure I didn't take it off last time. This little one here is the one everyone has trouble with. Comes loose. So just make sure that gets Loctited. It's like a special screw there with the thing and the thread. Oh, look at that. That shouldn't have. I might just bloody. Yeah, no, that. Yeah, no, it does need to come off. Yeah. The screw goes through into that slot at the top there. Right, I'm going to put these over here, just try and remember the orientation again. You know, it's close, isn't it? But like, not blatantly obvious. Let me check the underside of it. That's good. So it's got the latest mods on the piston. Brilliant. That's what we want. We'll do a compression check before we reassemble. Noticed that before, but I'll compare it on the next one, see if it's the norm. I keep putting the dirt on my shorts. Righty, so we are going to be checking this. Something with a spike on the end of it. So we're going to take this out. Just double check that the size of the O-ring was pretty sure it's the thicker one we go for on these. I'll get another nozzle out and we'll just do a comparison for size and shape as well. Apologies for that. Should have paused it. I don't think I'll be away that long. it's got the same cutout at the end. I think we're going to have to go down the route of that being fine. Just a smidge of this. I mean, there's no marks on here. Usually you can see like real bad, like burn marks and stuff if it is incredibly badly, a shimming height for the sector. So, and that does not show signs of wear. It's going to be a difficult one, isn't it? It's only when spamming, so it really would make sense if it was that shimming height on that sector. You sort of almost catch it up with the fast trigger response, but not the slower trigger response because they haven't finished cycling. So we're going to recover these shims over here, just make sure they don't get lost. So lowest position on the top. Check the next one, clear, and the next ones are here, top of the sector. Right, so Still moving it. I mean, we've taken out all the other slack. I mean, there is a visible gap though. Try to spin it around. I'm not moving it there. What about if we do that? It is moving it there. So there's enough slack on that sector gear when in an upside down position, as in tilted to this side, for it to then be pressing against the sector gear. I mean, there's no definitive like yes or no whether that's right or wrong, because obviously it's not marking it enough. Would it even affect it? All we can do is try and have a look at the other heights, see if there's any possibility of lowering that. Let's just see if there's any slack in it first. It sounds noisy to me, doesn't it? Oh dear. Oh, fuck's sake. Just try the movement thing first. Yeah, I mean, the problem is with slack, right? Is it's not the kind of slack that you know is going to allow too much movement. But here we are with potentially, obviously we haven't got a solution on it yet. You know, a problem caused by it, by having a little bit of slack, you know, in some, you know, some shimming, which the tech thought was great, you know, and fine. And obviously, again, it's easy in hindsight, but you know, the rule is to make sure that there's the least amount of slack possible. Because, like I said, we tech the rules, you know, guidelines, while without over shimming, you know. And I mean, I can try putting in all the other screws just to make sure that obviously I'm not just, you know, we've still got the movement. So let's shim that one without any slack and see if that makes a difference on the tapper plate. Remember, part of the content of these videos is, you know, obviously yes to make content, you know, so that it's meant to be a bit of it for those that can be asked to watch, obviously, because they're damn long videos. You know, is that you're on the same journey. We're you know, we're investigating, and in the process, you know, you guys supposedly, you know, hopefully, you know, learn something from watching these videos, because obviously we're discussing how and why and you know, we get to these, you know, rather than just fast forwarding it and just showing you the end result. You know, this is the core of obviously gun teching, you know, the critical thinking, the trying to figure out why something's not doing something. You know, and if you build the tool set, then you don't need to. You know, in theory, you can figure all these things out for yourself. You know. Right. So we've got 0.67 on top. When the gearbox is facing that way, it's not fouling the tapper plate. Okay, so we're going to put the shim on top, not on bottom. So we're going to hold it in place. 0.68, so then we're going to go to 7.8 with a 0.1. Double check. Yep. In fact, let's stick a 0.2 in and see if we go too far. So we can always back it then off, can't we? Actually no. Yes. Oh. I mean, either way, it still has to be checked, doesn't it? Okay, because it was a bit of noise, wasn't it? Wasn't just a little bit, it was a bit. You could argue this is the hardest part of the gun teching. You know, theoretically, if all parts fit and never had issues, you know, and there was no problems, you know, difficult problems to solve, you know, gun teching would just simply be putting some bits inside like Lego and it's just fine. and it's all in and easy peasy. So this is the core and the difficult part, you know, when somebody gets the 20% of the guns, you know, the 80% that go easy, brilliant, okay, they love doing their own guns and fine, but for those 20% that it all messes up and all goes wrong and it ends up in a gun tech place, you know, obviously trying to fault find it, you know, it's then having obviously the ability to then, and the tools, the little tests, the little, you know, little things that you do to narrow down as to what, you know, that problem is, and then hopefully resolve it. Okay, so immediately, like I say, in order to turn this, you know, it stays stiff to move. Well, I don't say, you know, it moves, but that is binding. So yeah, so we need to take one of them off. I mean, what if like that slack was needed, you know? So, you know, it's too easy to judge from an armchair, you know? So we need to prove this out. It is 8:48. I am going to do another 15 minutes, I think. We're a bit behind, so I'm doing the overtime where family allows. I'm just going to put that 0.1 straight in the 0.1 pot. Don't think that's a 2, is it? That's a 5 the other day. Yeah, it's got to go in the 5 pot. So technically, like I say, you know, the shimmer, the performance, trigger response, rate of fire was all great. Literally ready to pass it, you know. It just goes to show, like I say, sometimes how just like, you know, saying, yeah, the shimming's fine. It's having sort of an acceptable sort of, you know, for shimming. You know, sometimes, yeah, you do have to go to that nth, 9th, 10th degree in order to get that perfect shim. Should have removed that cut-off lever really, but we can still test it fine. can see on there, if you know what I mean, but it's much smoother. See how fast that is. It's binding before, but now it's obviously spinning with, you know, effortlessly. We'll just double check with all the screws in. The other bugger's gone. Smooth. Yeah, so now it's got a tiniest, very tiniest bit on top of it, and we know that obviously there, you know, unless there's 0.05 shims, you know, like if you're getting wafer thin, then you know there's nothing we can do to obviously improve on that. You know, you might be able to, if you get lucky, like find a 1.5 or something like that with different shims and stuff. Obviously there's technical, you know, try about 20 different 0.1 shims or something, but you know, I think that is plenty, and obviously what we're hoping for now is that if we put that tappet plate in there, it's now keeping it in the correct position. That obviously shouldn't do that. We've also got the potential option of obviously measuring the shims above, measuring shims below, and obviously we can do the maths on just maybe dropping it 0.1, yeah, so that might be another possibility just to make sure, but we then obviously have to double check the height of this spur gear to make sure that we're not messing that about as well, you know. And we call gear step heights for a reason, you know, because it's like steps, you know, in terms of heights, it steps up each and every time. We'll make sure that, you know, they don't ever rub against each other. Green Loctite, so that's the new stuff. It's fantastic. All these all seated properly and staying in there. So we are going to put you back in, but this time with the center the set again, and we'll work through this problem. Just closing it. We may have to just drop that anyway. That's just, we've got to balance that sort of, you know, just trying things out for sort of knowledge's sake, you know, versus, you know, your time and sanity, and yeah, it's going to take us a little bit of time to obviously do either method, I suppose. Should have went to bed early last night and I stayed up late and watched a new episode of Dexter. Dexter Resurrection. I must admit it was very good. After the letdown of the previous series. It's random crap for you. So it was when it's tilted over and touched it, didn't it? Don't know if you can see that gear in there. So it'll be this one here. No movement this time. That's looking pretty good. Yeah, I mean, like I say, the shimming's now been checked. Obviously, all slack taken out. It's no longer moving that nozzle. You know, obviously, if we get all the way built up, and you know, it still keeps on having the problem. We're obviously going to have to go all the way back in again, which is going to suck. But them's the brakes, innit? Gun teching. So. Now, what do you think? Do you think we need to check all the other ones as well? Or should we just go build up? I mean, it's only a tiniest bit of problem. But, and the other ones obviously were sounding lovely. So what we'll do is we'll just double check the step height with that. But I think we can feel pretty confident about the other ones. Famous last words, eh? We do have to bear in mind that we... customers do want these back as soon as we can, while obviously maintaining standards and obviously somehow getting through the queue that we've got. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of others. Plenty. So cylinder set out, gear out, and then just make sure you recover the shims. Okay, we're going to take some measurements of those. Just double check the paperwork. Okay, so we've got some amp readings, and you were sitting there at 4.87, which is absolutely fine for samarium cobalt motor. They're always high draw because they're high strength magnets, and obviously we can't go brushless on this motor until someone invents one, or Jeftron does a shiny new MOSFET for it. Hint, 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 Jeftron, hint, hint. So, Andy's not jotted down the bushings for that. I mean, don't know. I mean, it's my preference to do that. So I know not every Wagantech's going to be all the same, but I would consider it best practice. So we've got 0.78 on the top. Okay, so 0.78 I said for top. Got 0.58 bottom. Lid. Can't help I've just got like my routine, you know what I mean, just even though it's like it's been a little while, you know, obviously with Andy doing most of the prep, it's just I've got my routine and I want to reshim it. I just do. Time. Also, I come back in the morning. I've got morning's orders to do. Well, let's just check these ones. It's theoretic, it's life experience, isn't it? You know the lead up to these. I can't remember which. After my last job was, you know, heavy on best practice and engineering, you know, ATM machines and stuff. I used to obviously teach what they called the right way, and then obviously, you know, the other way that everybody normally did. It's got hardly any in that one. I reckon if we popped one on there, a 0.1, I reckon we would be over shimmed, but I suppose we can just do it and see. definitely not. Let me just check a step height with this. Check up against the light. Yeah, that is a decent height between them, so they're not excessive or anything, but you know, that's enough. Plenty. Yeah. I was worried like maybe we just to go up and down on that one, but no, we could lower that and that'd still be fine. So if we want to keep the height the same, we're going to put a 0.1 on top. So I need that 0.1 back from earlier. I was speaking to somebody the other day and they said I should do like a competition or something, you know, and a giveaway, and just put it like really awkwardly like inside this video somewhere. You know, force people to have to sit through 7 hours of videos. Just do 3. Soon find out if it's over shimmed or not. Now, scorpion levels of access, this, isn't it? It is smooth moving. It's just there is no, nothing. You know, problem is sometimes, obviously, with too perfect, you fly a little bit too close, and then you've got an over shimmed one, and you don't realise it. Obviously, Andy's already done his amp testing on this, so. Which means potentially we're going to have to repeat all that. We'll leave it like that, even though that is right on a borderline. Let me get the other screws in, make sure that makes no difference. Just make sure we try and nip these up a bit tighter as well, just to make sure. Screws gone. Seems to be the same one missing each and every time. Spinning, it may well be like the closest to perfection ever, I think. So it's not binding. We're at 0.90 on the top. And where's my razor? .49. Okay, so we are then close front has already been done, that's good. Final. This is a harder one because obviously we can check for slack, but that is, in theory this should be none, because obviously there's no leeway for the bevel. It needs to be perfection every time. It's awfully high, isn't it? Look at that. I mean, as per the last video, if you watched that one on the 416, you know, I did say that obviously, you know, there are some circumstances when obviously they're, you know, that high. You know, samarium cobalt is, you know, notoriously famous for being, you know, fantastic shimming specifications. You know, if you want obviously sort of a normal motor that's, you know, TM sizing, and Andy's come to that decision. Do you know what we're gonna say? We're gonna end there. We'll carry on in the morning, and we'll jot down the figures currently, and then we'll go back over and we'll just double check shimming. I mean, I must admit, I do tend to err on the side of further out, you know, just because, like I say, I just try and avoid situations when obviously really high, you know, things. Obviously, the bushing height underneath might be completely preventing going any lower, you know, if there's no shims under there, you know, like I say, there are circumstances and stuff, but I can see shims there. You know, so a better position after we double check height may well be to just bring that down and get it more central with a further backed up process. I mean, the shimmings, you know, great amp results, you know, from Andy's testing, and I shot it and it sounded fantastic, you know, nothing untoward, you know, it's just, don't know, you know, I can only just keep saying best practice, you know, and just trying to focus on obviously the rules and the guides, the guidelines. We'll check it tomorrow, you know, it is bloody late in it, so alright, catch you in the morning. Hello, I'm back. Apologies, because today got away from me, as it always seems to, and I spent most of today with website difficulties, raw mail difficulties, and getting orders dispatched and out the door. But they are done now, and I sorted out a problem with the website and the custom builder that we have. We have the component builder, where you can obviously put together a custom upgrade package for either the gun or the upgrade kits, and I was just refining the Mark 46 kit because it was slightly outdated and the customer requested that to be sorted, and when I tried to do it the other day, the component builder was outdated, so I've had to update all that and get that going again. The woes of obviously keeping a website up to date. So now I'm just going to be carrying on. I think we double checked those two yesterday, so we're going to be inspecting as to whether that is correct, that is slightly protruding there, if you know what I mean. So considering we have obviously the samarium cobalt motor, which typically is not, it's a very compatible motor for people wanting sort of like easier, effortless installs. So what I'm going to do is take the measurements beforehand, just so obviously you know what we start with before I start chucking it around, and I'm going to do an hour today, because last night got away with me pretty late, so that should get me back with a smidge of light. Okay, when you flip these rounds, always double check to make sure that obviously we're recovering any shims. We are going to measure the top one. It's pretty, not a lot there, is there? So I mean, the thing is like I say, the height of the gear, I mean, in some ways it doesn't matter, you know. Like I say, the shimming could be absolutely spot on, right? But it's spot on up there because it's further in, so therefore it's higher and spot on. And then obviously I wind it out, lower it, and now it's still spot on, you know. So it's just obviously with how much you technically want to engage it. I mean, like I say, it's not to, I mean, this has already been range tested. It's already passed any sort of sound tests. So you could argue that that this is my personal preference, you know. I don't know. I think maybe we're just engaging a thought process here, you know, in trying to attain perfection. But it's not a bad thing, is it? As a gun tech's trying to always get perfection, you know. It's just a general goal. You know, maybe it's overkill, but you know, we'll go for it. So we're going to measure that, and I believe I left the soldering iron on. We'll turn that off, and where have I put my calipers? I was measuring drill bits earlier. So it's a bit like a 1.5 or something. Let's have a look. That is 0.12 technically, but it comes under the 1 category. So we've got a 1. All these bad boys. Jeepers. .29. You're always going to get discrepancies between different shims, so all you can do is kind of round up and then obviously just aim for 0.2 shims, 0.1 shims, 0.5 shims, you know, and obviously just test, you know, and obviously trying to just simply remove as much slack as possible, while obviously getting the step heights correct, with obviously perfect bevel to motor height going on. So we are going to start from scratch, and we need to check the height. So we're going to flip this upside down and go into here. It's going to get a bit more complicated when you have the low visibility grips and various different guns. You know, if people want to be like really fancy, you know, you can maybe get a spare grip, cut holes in it. You know, the difference between obviously two grips is going to be almost negligible. You know, you're talking about tolerance differences between two manufacturing different grips, so you pretty much can assume it's going to be spot on. So you can use a different grip and obviously just cut holes in it. Your difficult guns like your Scorpions and PSG ones and stuff, and maybe it's going to be easier to do that method, especially if you're doing lots and lots of guns, but we're just going to do this one with half shell method. That's the thing, is obviously none of this is going to go on through TM, you know. TM's going to have basically preset shims, and then that's what they stick in, yeah. So which is obviously why it'll always be better to rebuild any airsoft gun, you know, any gun tech to rebuild any airsoft gun. It's just always going to be more accurate than anything mass production can do. new. I've got some hot chocolatey stuff and some cappuccino mix, or actually it's mocha mix, I think, not hot chocolate. You know, it's just like pretty weak and crap on its own, so I'm trying like 1 spoonful of the the mocha stuff in with 1 spoonful of coffee, you know, just to sort of give the black coffee somewhat of a better taste. Right, I need a screw for the grip, which is you. Some teething issues with the last video that I did. Had 2 encodes that took absolutely ages, and then I realised that even though I'd imported the video footage for the testing, I hadn't actually dropped it onto what they call a timeline on the video software on Premiere. So yeah, it's I was like, whoops, whoopsie. So I had encoded 2 of them without the actual testing bit on this. So then I had to encode a 3rd one, and each one was basically a full day of encoding. God, I could do with some light. I think if I get any more lights in this room, I'm going to have a tan. Where's my little one? There he is. There we go. There we go. Oh, find a hole. Okay. So arrow, that's good. Arrow on the there, so obviously we can. I was uploading the video and there was a note about swearing on the YouTube thing, so I'm going to try and refrain. Get less YouTube restrictions that way, I guess. So, I mean, just for demonstration reasons, I'll show you in there, and then you can start to see obviously the bevel there, and you can see the motor pinion there. Again, you know, I've had my demonstration board from the previous thing, but I suppose there's a potential chance that obviously every single one of these videos is going to be somebody's new first time in it. So obviously again, here's my crappy little drawing. If I'm going to be showing you repeatedly, I may well neaten this up, but obviously we've got our bevel here, you know, that you know, my 2-year-old can draw a better drawing of probably, and obviously this is your pinion. So obviously we've got the edge here, and then we've got there, it goes up to an angle and then starts to go straight as it curves off. You know, like I say, at the moment obviously it's sitting quite high onto there, so what we could try to do is just to smidge your backing out and sort of see, so we get sort of maybe the back just hanging off a little bit. So so you could argue that obviously this is, you know, currently using the absolute best and correct, you know, full amount of the fins, you know, so of the teeth. You know, it's making full contact, but obviously if you go too high and then obviously you catch onto that edge, you know, I think obviously it starts to press against that edge there, you know. So and also there's the chance for obviously sharp edges there, obviously catching and making grinding noises and stuff there. So so yeah, so we're just going to do a few turns just out and see if we can just lower that bevel a little bit, if you know what I mean. So while still maintaining you know, good contact. I suppose that's maybe the artistry part, isn't it? Maybe, I mean, obviously the science part of it is saying that alright, so you know, the science part of it is obviously saying that this is the rules and we shim by these rules. Yeah, so obviously, you know, this is where the thing should be. Check that it's hanging on the edge, you know, with then obviously the artistry part being obviously, you know, your experience. So and then obviously you've tried obviously maybe a little bit too tight one time, and then you tried obviously a little bit too far away one time, and then obviously you start to get a feel for obviously, well, what your preference is, you know, versus the rules. And then maybe that just becomes eventually the new rules and the new normal standard, which is then taught, you know. So but yeah, I mean, like I say, I'm leaning towards, you know, like I say, you then have the ability to maybe adjust, you know, the rules and just say that you know, a bit closer, a bit further away, and yeah, and then obviously, you know, sort of find out you know, what's good. Yeah, you need to be able to sort of, I don't know, it's not confidence, is it? So it's just to have done enough to then be able to say that, you know, when you can and cannot drift away from the rules. So, and when it's okay to. Right, let me try and back some of this out. Freaking motor height screw is the bane of Guntech's existences. I had a customer yesterday, was it? said he was on site and his guns, developed an electrical fault, and obviously the first recommendation of, the on-site tech or knowledgeable guy in air quotes, was to resolve this electrical issue in the motor, in the grip, was to adjust the motor height screw towards the gun. How is that resolving anything? So you've just now adjusted one of the most expensive and complicated parts of the gun teching, and now what, we're just going to randomly just twist it out and hope that it's back in the right place. It's just, take the base plate off, 2 screws, right, then just check the wiring. it's I don't know, but I suppose that is part of these videos. We'll try and get across some of these tips and tricks and stuff, and maybe educate along the way. Righty, so we've definitely backed that out a smidge, but it really doesn't and hasn't moved much at all yet. I've probably got about 2 turns on that. Just goes to show you how potentially far that was in a bit. So now what we're going to want to do is, and this is probably the hardest part, is with these particular ones where you have no inspection holes, no visions, we're going to be adding the other part of the gearbox. We're then obviously going to be putting on our shims on one side, and then we're obviously going to be checking for that bounce, which obviously on the other gearboxes is lovely and easy with big inspection holes. On these, we're basically going to have to be poking something in through the top, and then we're going to have to be nudging it while again putting another torch in our mouth again and just trying to check for bounce, obviously while holding it like that for gravity. It's it is a harder one, it is a a bit more of a pig. No two ways about that. Right, base plate off, let's move further forward. Yeah, I mean, if you are sitting through these videos and hearing this and stuff, please feel free to comment on the videos and stuff. I want to try and get questions going on. I'd love to get to the point of possibly doing some videos specifically answering people's questions. So, maybe we could just do a screenshot or something of it. As long as, I know you've got GDPR and stuff, and get permissions and stuff for people's names and crap nowadays, but maybe, like I say, we just do a small video, screenshot that person's thing, and then maybe just do a sit and answer, and just trying to come up with ideas for content. You know what I mean? So righty. So we had this one on the top, didn't we? Freaking always get confused on the orientation of this bloody thing. I did on the last one, didn't I? Let's just put that on there and just move further forward. obviously that was the previous shimming that was in there, so obviously quite a bit protruding, obviously with the exact same shim that was in. So obviously we're going to be putting the motor in there, and then obviously we're going to be checking the bounce, you know, with that motor being in there, and I would imagine now that there's going to be a bit of it. It's almost a lost screw, isn't it? It's probably a format that's better for like live stream, but I just don't want to do like the whole sort of having to set up all that. I think this just works really well for obviously if a customer comes and just sort of pause and go. Phone calls, etc. Don't think I've done a listing today. I'm trying to do at least 1 to 2 listings a day. Don't you hate it when you just get to the end of the day and you've just been working hard all day, but you're like, what did I do? Yeah, I really want feedback obviously on the formats and stuff. I know it's obviously going to be like, you know, a better microphone. I mean, that's a given. I'm just not sure on this particular, because it's like my old one I used to do all the tutorial videos with. I mean, it's still good. It's still video camera, you know what I mean? 1080p or whatever don't change over the years, is it? It's still 1080p. I mean, I can do 4K on this one, but it's not very easy to transfer over the 4K. The format that it comes off with, it's like an old 4K format, if there's such a thing. Pain in the ass, the way it comes off on here, and obviously not to mention filling up the SD card crap loads, but yeah, we want feedback and stuff, you know, just comments, suggestions. I mean, until I do, I'm just going to keep going, and you know, I've got a crap load of guns here to do, so I want to try and video all of them if it's realistic. I don't know. I mean, I've got the 416 over there I've got to do that's just half open. Andy fell ill, unfortunately, about halfway through it, so it's just over there on the desk, so I'm going to carry on with that one maybe tomorrow if I get this one done. It's a real shame I couldn't get this one out to, I mean, I might do testing tonight, would be awesome if I could. But we've already range tested it, and we're not touching anything on the hop unit, not yet anyway. And really the problem was indoors. The problem was obviously repeated rapid fire, you know, shots dropping off and looking hideous, you know. So so hopefully we'll be able to just simply test it in store, you know, and get it you know, as long as we see that sort of more consistent groupings, more straighter shots, you know, ham and hard, hidden hard, should be I mean, in a nutshell, that's a great little test you can do just to sort of see how much you've already got. That's where it can be really important that obviously the shafts are free moving. Giggity. Yeah, so we've got movement up and down now. You sort of just want to bounce it. You don't want to like pull it down, because like the actual shaft of the motor, it is possible, like I say, to shim it and do that and bow it. Which, like I say, I've mentioned it before about obviously the tower mods. You know, either getting perfect fitting towers and having them machined, or stacking them out with the capped on tape. So yeah, capped on stuff is quite nice because it's Teflon or smooth like Teflon, whatever material it is. One second, check my phone. So we're taking this out, aren't we? And I would say at least 0.2 coming off that pile. I've still got my M16 to strip down and get the parts sent off. We're promising everyone a little look inside that that M16, you know, with the modified ENC upper. Okay, so split this into. We've got a couple of small ones in there, haven't we? A couple of chonkers. So well, we've got a 0.2, so she's a prime candidate. We've got 0.1 as well. I think that's too much. 0.3 there. It's a big change, isn't it? But we did change it a lot. You know, if you look on the bottom underside here, we've still got a, you know, a discrepancy, but definitely brought it down a bit. bloody ends, didn't I? Again, soft tapping, just be careful. Right, so we've got the motor in and we're going to be checking the bounce. So just remember to turn it round to make sure that obviously it sort of seats itself and you know, gets into just the right position. We've just got to spin it, and then what we can do is you can rock it backwards and forwards, check obviously sort of how close it's so what kind of backlash there is. Close now, isn't it? Guys, I want the gravity like this, you know, but it's gonna be like awkward for you guys. I'll get this torch going on again. She's got a little bounce. Yes, it's got just a little bit of movement. So now we have backed it out and we knew that it worked like at least 2 turns in and sounded fine. So, you know, logic suggests then that we could obviously fix this in this position and obviously use our fine adjustment, you know, that we obviously do with that sort of, because obviously we're trying to get 95% there, and then obviously we can use the motor height adjustment for the last smidge, you know, so which may require a quarter turn in order to get just that right sort of sound. You know, we also got the option obviously of stacking another shim on and bringing it down. However, if we do that, we could possibly then obviously bring it too tight to it, in which case it will sound a bit screechy unless we again back it out a smidge. Now it is sitting quite high, so I mean I'm leaning towards the backing out one. So that doesn't mean we have to break up those other shims that are left there though. But that is technically the best, most appropriate is coming down. So we'll have 0.1 on, which we have to take off those ones. And then we'll also got to obviously double check the height, and then obviously we may need to back it out when we apply power. So we've got a plan, we'll move forward with the plan. Logic, science, or makes sense anyway. order. Much appreciated. Thank you. Nope, gotta go to the toilet. And a half here. Come on. Weird. Right, so we need to divide up one of these. Basically a 5. Basically another 5. So we are going to take a two, and a 1. I'm going to use one of these fat ones because it's going on the top. Just use them up. 1. 5. So we're going to take you away. And we need to take one off. Can't remember if I done the check on the bevel to see if it was had any play up and down. I'll double check though. So something on the roof. Just swapped out for 3 fans to go on the top here, gets them used up. That's 20. Actually moved to a 3, then we've added 1. 2 2s. That gets us some 1s back. Don't think I've got a 4. Well, somewhere along the right I've got this wrong. Friggin' shims every single time, innit? I had a 5. Just wondering if it's started off with a 1, and I'm sure I'll put 3 on there. So I'm going to try 2 and a 1. Is that too much? That takes us to 4.4, and I've only got 0.4 in here, so that means this needs to be a 5. What we're going to do is put both sides on, and we're going to check the slack and how much play is in this, get this shimmed up right, and then we've got to know exactly how many shims we're going to need then, and then we can start going up and down, but I think we're going to be about fine. I mean, it definitely is actually lower. So interesting how we're now obviously moving so much closer to obviously this shaft being in line here, with obviously the top of it, not perfect, but much more normal, you could say, in air quotes. It's worth pointing out that we haven't got too much extra turn, coming back out of this, so we don't want to obviously do too low, because obviously that will then wind out down here, and then obviously it won't be able to move out any lower. So then we'll be making adjustments in the base plate, and obviously it's not making any adjustment to the actual motor. So that's well, you want to try and find yourself within a range of success, you know, so obviously not too high, not too low, you know, somewhere in between. That's why long motors, you know, that require base mods and stuff, is so important to do the modifications on the base plates. Spot on. So get rid of you. No more confusing shims. I'm just going to move straight onto the electrical test, and we'll just see what it sounds like. With worst comes to worst, we'll do a quarter turn out. Yeah, we are 95% there. Come on. We need to get our wiring in here. Let's turn the back. Do it. Just a smidge of grease. Do these height checks with obviously no grease, so that obviously it all moves up and down smoothly. And we can get that sort of that cold sort of clunking noise as it goes up and down. But obviously as you move towards functional testing, you know, you're going to want to get that grease on there to quieten it down a bit. The Abbey LT2 grease is pretty good. And we're starting to get a bit closer now, so a couple of extra screws. Just going to pop a little excess in there because I think I'm going to need that for the wiring. There you go, come on. Find out when we get in there. Too long, innit? Sorry guys, just replying to this customer's email. I have ordered an M14. I ordered the wrong barrel, but it needs to be for an M14. I'm ordering the correct one tonight. Okay, so I'm just replying back. Obviously, the M14 barrels, you know, have obviously a unique cut to them that's designed only for the Tokyo Marine M14. Sometimes people order their M14 barrels because they are a certain length, you know, because what they're after is a 500mm barrel, you know. So assuming that obviously all AEGs are all AEG cuts, which is obviously incorrect because some are different cuts. So and obviously the M14 being one of them, so it needs to be so that M14 barrel will literally, even though it's 500mm and somebody might be looking specifically for 500mm barrel, it has to be only going in an M14, that particular barrel. So I'm just going to confirm that with the customer. Look at me rocking the customer service. Right. I've goosed them both too long, haven't I? Why does this keep getting caught coming off? Flipping hell. Like 50 times already. You just starting to get caught. YouTube credits up. Oh, God's sake. There's literally nothing it's catching on. there anything worse than when this little fiddly stuff won't go together? Just going to do that, it's just more comfortable if I'm sitting back here. I'm going to flip that one around there. Just going to reverse those wires. So we have that one there, that one around there. That should do it. Let's pop a screw in. Do another 5 minutes and then just get out, I think. Apologies that we didn't get it finished today. Another day. Unfortunately, it just has to be fitting around the rest of the business. Of course, if gun teching would like to pay all the bills, that would be awesome, and then I'll happily sit here doing this all day, but it does not pay the bills. Flip the orientation of this and see if we can get this excess stuffed away. Because obviously we're utilising our own wiring, we don't need to clip on the TMs, but we can just tighten those screws up. Excess, but we'll tuck that down that side, tuck that one down there. Hopefully, remember to just widen these, because obviously we want this to not press this whole lot down accidentally. We don't have the X-ray vision. Remember gravity. So we've got a slightly raised back there, so we might want to just double check things. So again, I want to recover that base plate. Yeah, there's this black one getting caught up in it. we're in. That's what she said. Whenever I'm doing these screws up, I'm always just sort of loosely doing them. So what I call nip tight, just nipping them up. Nothing over tight and nothing onto him, never over tighten. So we need to sound test. Oh, this is noisy. That's not good. Making adjustments here in obviously all directions and seem to be improving things. Wrong side. Right, so we did find an area there between obviously too close, too far away, and obviously some success in the middle there. So and that sounded much better than when we originally put it on. Like I say, we've got, you know, quarter and half turns, you know, so you know, in an area of success, yeah. So I take it 90, 95, and then obviously you do the last 10 or 5% with just the fine tuning. Obviously, if you don't get a success, you know, and obviously I was a bit unsure there for a second, then obviously it's best to maybe stop and just retrace your steps, effectively doing everything we just done again, yeah. So for the thing, because obviously we did have some confusion about those shims, but obviously we've got rid of the slack. We've got a successful height setup, and obviously we've just got some readings which we're just going to jot down for our notes. We're going to then take some final measurements of obviously what the final new shim numbers are for the top and bottom, and then we can obviously compare those with previously. But I mean, just on the face of things, looks like Andy had some slightly lower amp readings. So he was getting a 4.82 and we're getting a 5, so point Andy, so 5.08. Right, now so I'll leave it there, otherwise I'll keep on going. So let's leave some notes for our future self. Okay, so measure shims on bevel. And then we need to move on to amp testing all gears, and then amp test motor only, just to make sure there's not any unusual discrepancy between obviously the motor only and you know, obviously when we add the load of the bevel, and when we had the load of the all gears, and then obviously eventually when we had the load of the spring compression set as well, because obviously it would compound, you know, and be incremental, sorry, exponential, so and keep on adding up, so that's testing, measure shims on bevel. Yeah, we'll do that. Right, we'll carry on in the morning then. Righty, so got a slightly more early start today, which is good, so we should be able to get this done. We were measuring all the shims on the bevel to make sure that obviously we're getting everything recorded and tracked as we move forward through it. .47 pen. So top's gone now from 0.1 to 0.47, so quite a difference in lowering that. So 0.88 for the underside. So 0.88. Frickin' pen. This desk is like the friggin' Bermuda Triangle. Thank you. Okay, so basically we had 1.30 plus 1, so 1.4 on the previous shimming. So now we've got 90 plus 50, so basically 1.4. Yeah, so all we've done is just redistributed the shims, you know, into a sort of different orientation, and obviously back the motor out ever so slightly. So which is so let's get all of the gears in and get the old amp tester over and done with. Start with the lowest one, but again you'll probably want to put a little extra grease in, since it's going to have a running in bedding in test. Right, apologies for that. We're carrying on. The memory card got full. So obviously we're putting all these gears in and we were greasing up, weren't we? Shit. So just for this testing process, I'm just going to quickly remove that cut-off lever. Obviously we don't want that noise happening of obviously operating at a high speed. We want the ability to put an 11 volt on should we choose to. Sorry, I've just got a customer asking whether we have a Dean's conversion kit available. Apologies, customer service emails. Just so time consuming on the day. Everything's on the website, you know, it's all there, all the information. Everyone wants obviously it spoon feeding, no offence. It is what it is, a retail. These lovely custom package configurators, you can just configure all the parts and you just need to copy paste them and put them in the search engine and it brings up all the bits.
Nozzle. An MR30 with a lead on it.
Oh no, I've got to make one of them up. Yeah, I'll need to get that done before it pick up today.
Just put paperwork up here, look.
Yeah.
That's
On that chair, that'd be fine, yeah.
Yeah, that's a female MR30 to a male Dean's.
Right, okay.
8 centimetres.
Yeah.
One off.
No props. I honestly think next time I'm removing this fire selector. Fucking hell. Or the trigger, one or the other. What a fucking palaver. Always pop a bit of solder on those spade connectors for the motors, otherwise they just pull off. Way too short. Struggling to get that on there, it's just opening up a smidge. So we're just tucking the excess in. So assuming no wires are trapped, obviously it shouldn't require any shimming or anything changing. So we bumped up to by 1 amp by adding in the extra gears in terms of obviously draw. It's not terrible. It's like I say, unless I just sit here reading off obviously a long list of thousands of them, numbers and stuff, it's almost meaningless. The key is to take the record. So obviously when things are wrong, you can obviously compare them against wrong and compare them against right, and then in theory obviously you have enough details. But obviously we know the standard motor is going to be pulling about 4.5, which obviously we can test in a minute. For having to turn some extra gears to lose 1 amp, it is what it is. There's going to be, the more things you add onto the drivetrain, more loss. The key is obviously not putting all those bits in and suddenly it's 10. With obviously the ultimate goal of being below 20 amp draw. Well, ideally being as low as possible, but with a top end of like a maximum limit of obviously 20, because that's the size of the fuse that comes with the thing. If you're above that, you're obviously going to get hot wires and popping fuses and all kinds of MOSFET errors and everything. So so we want to definitely be, once we add the spring, below that. Getting it at all stages as low as possible, within reason. Obviously you don't want to spend 150 years shimming, so I was just going to quickly dump a 11 on there, weren't I? Obviously, if you had excessive bounce and stuff, would obviously shaking it, so you sometimes get obviously problems reported by customers, but it only happens when gun leans to the left, that kind of thing, so is that then obviously because there's too much bounce on gears, and obviously they lean to one side and start impacting something, but only when they're leaned over, so we've just done that a bit of a thing. You don't want to run it for too long because obviously brush motors are going to wear, and obviously they do generate heat, and obviously they generate enough heat they could obviously we're feeling that, you think it's fine, oh, it's cold, or just warm, but obviously when you go inside it's physically burning to the touch, and then obviously go inside even more, obviously things like, especially on TM ones, you got obviously the plastic bushings, you don't want to be melting any of those or anything, so we've obviously generating too much heat. So, right, if that's all done, we're going to move up to the next stage. We're just going to take, just for information wise, we'll take a quick reading just on the motor on its own. Put like a friggin' air tag on that pen. Okay, so motor only, we're getting 4.3 amps. Obviously we put in a bevel, so it's taking us up to 5 amps. we put in the all 3 gears. It's taken us up to 6.1 amps. So we're about 1.8 amp loss, if you know what I mean, by adding in gears, or sorry, extra draw, and then obviously that's going to substantially go up, obviously with a spring added in there, but we'll get a reading later for that. So we've got all these done, so we're going to move on to final build. There's no other parts to fit. We need to obviously test out our theory to see if obviously the shimming was the issue before moving into obviously things like part replacements and stuff like that. So let's get it rebuilt. A hypothesis. Okay, so we've got all the shimming noted, so that if we have to, we can, you know, so we accidentally drop on, we've obviously got them written down, so obviously we can quickly restore that if needed. And then obviously if you do make adjustments, obviously make sure you change your master sheet there, and in theory, obviously if you reseat bushings, you'll obviously have to do it again, but hopefully the fact that we've got obviously super strong gears, super strong bushings, you know, it's going to be fixed for some lengthy period of time now. So you can obviously just wipe off some of the excess, even though obviously there's no MOSFET internally on this particular one. Where'd I put my rag? Oh no, I lost my rag. Okay, so let's start putting some bits in, see where we get at. So obviously we're going to be popping this in. And that's not an especially great compression there, is it? So you can often get this with the FPS piston head. It's not to say it's bad per se, it's just sometimes a smaller O-ring. Obviously the concept being is that obviously the high speed pushes into these speed holes, goes through, and then obviously expands this O-ring, but they can't do that if obviously the O-rings are too small, so you can do what they call from the good old days the O-ring trick. Pop obviously the O-ring on there, just roll it so it's obviously even, and then obviously in theory doing that before you start a build, which we haven't done, obviously gets you a fairly consistent thing, especially if you leave it sort of similar amounts of time. So obviously the consistent sizing, there is a possibility that obviously it always shrinks, but then obviously I would put that into the vein of servicing, so why people should obviously have gun service in case it does happen and shrink over time and you obviously lose compression. Also, you know, obviously we're trying to fault find a sort of almost like shots shooting too short. You know, we're blaming a sector gear that's obviously affecting a tapper plate, potentially pulling it backwards or interfering with obviously its return. You obviously know that the best way to describe that would be the fact that we know through testing obviously that poor quality high caps can obviously cause feeding issues, which can cause obviously poor shots and poor accuracy, and all translating back through to simply change into a mid cap, and suddenly it resolves the issue. So obviously poor feeding can create poor accuracy, which is obviously why you always need good magazines and good feeding, and people compromise on that because they think it's unrelated and not important, but good magazines are really important, yeah, so on airsoft guns, for good feeding, for good consistent feeding, and therefore good consistent accuracy. So don't skimp on mags. If you do apply gentle heat to this, if you know what I mean, so you know, to obviously sort of help it try and hold that shape, keep your fingers around it, and then obviously apply the heat, you know, with your fingers there. Obviously with the heat guns can go up to 400 degrees, which obviously can, you know, literally blister your fingers. So if it you know, is obviously getting to the kind of temperatures that you know, could obviously cause, you know, a rubber to disintegrate or melt or anything, you know, having your fingers there is a good way to measure that temperature and control that, you know. So and then obviously that way you can manage the temperature. Is there anything we can do while that's just doing that? Happy with the hop unit. Oh, cut-off lever, let's pop that back in while we're waiting. Go to UPSs soon. Oh, the precious sound of the kettle boiling. Oh. So, cheers, thank you. So, obviously, with the springs, just put a little bit of grease on there. And what we want is this to cool, obviously, in the new shape, slightly expanded. Okay, so piston check. Obviously we've got the third tooth just slightly halved. We've got the second tooth obviously removed as standard, racks glued. We can now assemble. Compression substantially better. So we've changed theoretically 2 things, so obviously it would have been nice to change maybe just one thing and then find out which one's the resolution, but sometimes just for sanity and time you just don't get to do that and try all those different things out. You know, obviously I know the customers obviously want the most possible for their pennies paid, but most gun builds, because obviously all of our quality control checks and you know it's just making it obviously more complicated, it just extends out the time, and yeah, our builds tend to be much longer than maybe other people's, so obviously I suppose we could always try and speed run these things, but you know I don't think people want that. I think people want quality builds. So right, so that's the right place. Tapper plate and nozzle, much better. So we weren't getting that a minute ago, were we? So obviously we've got tapper plate spring. So I like to do sort of this before we just do the assembly bit of this, closing it up. You know, what bits, you know, can you put forward that are relevant to reassembling of this, just to make sure you don't do something like obviously when you do a full reassembly and think, you know, trigger, you know, need one of them. So yes, we fixed that. We could have just massively messed up our FPS numbers, so but we're going to work on this spring because you just have to go and measure it. So and it is what it is. If it's over, we'll obviously have to put a smaller spring in now that we've done that. So that's going to go in through the window on the other side afterwards. Obviously we've got our base plate screws over there, we've got our front end, we've got our hub unit springs and gearbox pin, we have the screw for the bolt unit. So this is a one that often gets forgot, so make sure you put him forefront, because that's going to go onto the MOSFET. Obviously we've got the MOSFET cover, we have the bolt cut off lever. We've got a bunch of gearbox screws, fire selector, and obviously the back of the recoil system. A grip screw over here. So that's everything. We're just going to move to obviously reassembling of this. And should we pop him on as well before we do the closing up? This is part of the recoil weight assembly, so obviously the combination of this plus this creates 300 grams. It's completely round that, so that's not directional. However, this is, so we may need to, oh no, that's just the spacer that goes on the end. There's one. So we're going to want to simulate this rolling to the rear, rolling to the front, so we know we've got this blow back in the correct position. Don't think that screw needs moving in the future, but we'll try that at a later point. So we have one gearbox screw, two gearbox screws, three gearbox screws, four gearbox screws, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So it looks like one just got kind of mixed in, so which is him. You can always obviously double check your screws and stuff by just turning over the threads and obviously making sure that the lengths are correct and sort of similar. It's always, you always pay attention to screw lengths and threads. It's just, I say, if you take a screw out of somewhere, it has to be the correct one going back. If you put a machine thread in a soft tapping thread one, it is literally just gonna, it's just gonna shaft it. So well, you know, the airsoft industry is having a fantastic time at the moment. I've got so many messages from suppliers asking for restocks. It's not normal, so everyone's chasing at the moment for please buy this stuff, because people ain't buying at the moment. It's just unfortunately so. And that impacts sales, which impacts restock speeds, and then people message in saying, when are you restocking this? Well, when I sell all this. So, uncompromising red stuff, just can't afford these ones coming out. So they're banging. We don't want them coming out. I ordered some of these new racks off the supplier the other day, and these charge handles from TM, so whether or not that order gets fulfilled, I have asked. That's all I can do for you guys, and if it just gets ignored, then it gets ignored, and that is the state of the affairs with TM spare parts. Sometimes they fancy doing it, sometimes they don't. I'm assuming when they contact the actual factory, if the factory's out of stock, that the order just gets screwed up. I've heard it's quite complicated. Oh, hang on a second, UPS. So spring, back of the gearbox, we also need screws. going to put the blue stuff on these ones. All thumbs apparently. So a little bit of grease on there and then pop it in. So check nozzle movement, and we also need to check the piston slides and moves, which it does on the rack, on the runners. Simple check, has to be done every single time. So you've got the emergency backstop spring, and then you've got the normal spring. MOSFET. So don't forget your little prism light thing. That just tucks in there and goes underneath the board. Obviously it reflects the light and makes it glow out the front here, even though the light's much further in. Some little screws. Should be able to see all this nice and light with this this plastic stuff. You don't want to strip these. It's just a cover, it's not holding anything in or down or anything. So, what's next? Next. Put you back on there. And retaining screw. Slide this one in from the back. So, drop unit pin. Right, let's get the lower receiver on. It's always fun, isn't it? Customer asked me the other day if I'm doing these videos, you know, are you worried about obviously giving away like all the secrets and all your tips and tricks and things that you've obviously spent years learning and whatnot? I'm like, at the end of the day, with obviously how long most of these builds are going to be going on for, you know, minimum 3 hours, probably more likely 5 and 6 and 7s, you know, if someone wants to sit and go through these, you know, learn all this stuff and then spend 7 hours of their own time doing this, more power to them, you know. So, you know, I personally like I say, if people are just so, you know, against spending, you know, £150 to get a service done, that they want to spend 7 hours doing it themselves, like I say just crack on. Allow that person to just go and do their thing. You know, in our experience, there is many more people who will simply not want to spend 7 hours of their time attempting to do this. In which case, they'll obviously want a professional to do it, and like I say, whether it's us or another gun tech, you know, they'll obviously utilise the services of those people. So yeah, we're just trying, you know, to emphasise obviously how much we have to do by doing these videos and demonstrate, so that people can see that actually, you know, when they sort of complain sometimes, you know, about obviously spending that money, actually look, there was a crap load of work went into it, you know, it's worth that money, you know. There's just too much devaluing of airsoft tech because it's a toy, or because there's this guy that at a local site, you know, just does it for £10 and he'll do your whole gun, 10 hours work, 10 quid. It's like, you know, we struggle as it is to obviously charge for toy guns, so hopefully this just clarifies things a little bit. So this is directional, there should be like a little cutout on the top. Pop that in, squeeze the trigger, and you should be able to wiggle it in. And I like to move it into safe. Okay, and then put the grip screws in. It's just trying to standardise method and height. If you repeat things the same thing over and over, then in theory you're reducing your chance of error. So obviously nip tight, you know, obviously don't do it up crazy tight. We are going to be putting orientation is right. Twist this one upside down like that. And we'll slacken off those screws we tightened earlier. that's lower than the actual base plate. Don't know about pushing that down. Problem is, using aftermarket motors and these original connectors is these metal screws that go through, and you start adjusting the lengths of them, especially if you have to then use longer screws. It's just so easy to get a short circuit on the inside of aftermarket motors internally, so it's actually short circuited inside of it, and you know, because basically the screw goes down and it actually physically touches the there's like a, you know, in a ring on the inside of it, and it goes there, and obviously another one's on the other side, and obviously you're arcing. I think we've even got in stock motor screws that go in, you know, here and here, but I have plastic versions for printing. I used to install them on the Systema motors, you know, to try and you know, back when that was a thing, you know, to try and reduce the amount of shorts that we used to have on those. But yeah, it's I mean, obviously, you know, I'd love to use brushless motors in these, but waiting on Jeff trying to do a product. I could sell it, my man, I could sell it. Yeah, the concept is that you know, obviously TM already do a great MOSFET, right? You know, why do we need to replace it? Well, because, you know, stand by your product, Jeff Trine. You've got all these fancy, shiny upgrade part. You know, dial in with Bluetooth. You know, configurable options. You got none of that on the original TM one. You know, so now would somebody obviously want to pay for those extra bells and whistles and the ability to then put brushless motors in there? That is the very definition of an upgrade, isn't it? You know, so can somebody justify? Well, you know, it's just to use an analogy. Obviously, I've got 20-year-old golf clubs, you know, so I know because I was watching a bloody video the other day and I was like, oh, my golf clubs, and then it just smashed me in the face with the title of the video, you know, that just said my dad's old 20-year-old golf clubs, and I was like, just destroyed, you know. They're my pride and joy, you know, and I 20-year-old now apparently, so obviously do you then obviously justify, you know, replacing, you know, expensive golf clubs for newer expensive golf clubs when they're technically doing the same job? This is technically doing the same job, but you know, I watched a review and apparently you know, a 5 iron hits the same distance of a 9 iron nowadays, you know, 20 years of extra technology. So you're like, well, that's attractive, isn't it? You know, so, and that's why an upgrade for the Leviathan, you know, to go in here would be attractive, yeah, because it's offering the Bluetooth, it's offering the configuration options, you know, it's offering the ability to have brushless motor, which means even faster trigger response, and people want upgrades, you know, people want this ability to do it. Not everyone, but lots of people do, yeah, so I think it's a viable product. And then Jeff Trine said, obviously, well, you know, if you think it's a great product, you know, just give me this money and invest in it then. And I was like, wow, you know, finding that much money, you know, it's just, yeah, I mean, obviously if I did, and obviously we had more support, and obviously we always appreciate the support we've got, but, you know, we do need to double, triple, quadruple sales, and if we could, you know, all that money generated, we could then invest in this product, and I would happy to. I'm one of the only people that invests, you know, specifically in NGRS products, but we can't do it without obviously the support and without the money to then do that, you know. So obviously feel free to check out our online store and buy some things so then I can afford these cool MOSFETs. I guarantee you there ain't no other one of these other big companies going to be investing in NGRS like we do. Guarantee it. Right. For 2025, I was kind of hoping some really sexy new, you know, NGRSs. But nope. Still November. There's still the fall lineup to think about. Okay, so that clicks in place, and obviously has the retainer that holds it in place. So you're going to start from the back, feeding the wires in. Obviously rear one's first, and top one, mid one, sorry, and then obviously the top one. So what we want to do is we want to get these lying nice and flat and even. We don't want them sitting too low because we want to be able to adjust this hop unit. We don't want it being blocked. Yeah, okay. So nice and flat across the side there, so that way the upper receiver is going to slide on and obviously not block that. So this wire you're going to want to bend forward because we're going to be tucking it into that upper receiver, which you're going to be sliding on shortly. Don't forget your spring. So as you're sliding this on, just make sure that this recoil weight clicks in there. Obviously when you hear the click, you want, oh, freaking wire. Wrong hole. That is what she said. Right. Push this neatly on the back here. Okay. So double check your blowback bit goes backwards and forwards. Sort of fake bolt imitation. So obviously we want a rear locating pin in the back. We need the front of this. It's going to be sliding on there. So make sure the wires are also lined up in this cutout. Okay, we're going to want to put pressure on the front. And then obviously just remember that when you're locating these screws, even though they are machine thread, still go backwards and forwards just to make sure you obviously find the point for screwing in. So we have a gearbox pin, which is that direction, I believe. Okay, so So usually coming through onto the left, so that obviously it's laying down, you see these nice little pins coming through. That's pretty much it really. Move these out of the way. You need to tidy up some of these screwdrivers. Clean as you go. Camera strap or I don't know. Just stuff it back there. Screwdriver go in there. Pliers, files. Spare. Okay, somewhere. Need like a little shelf, don't I? Just camera bracket. And those I'm going to get hung up on the right here. Look at that. It's a whole new desk area. Stubby one. 2mm, yeah, go in there. Don't need that. Pen, permanent. I'll keep that away from the whiteboard. More things. Got a spare piston. Where that come from? Going over there. Look at that. Nice. I think I was keeping that one, but I was done with that one. Over there. Bit of rubbish. Put that away. Bin. Oh, I forget to put the batteries on charge. It's worth trying to be double checking just in case you have a BB in there. I mean, I don't think we did, but it's always worth planning around that. Okay, so we are going to move on to some range testing to make sure that obviously this is resolved. If it isn't resolved, then obviously I'm going to be back here. If it is resolved, which I hope, we're hopefully then going to move on to obviously the testing video, which it will transition to now. So unfortunately, I tested and the feeding issue is still there. So all the nitpicking, all the double checking everything, you know, has resulted in no fix whatsoever after all that time spent. So yep, so that's Airsoft tech in a nutshell. You know, it's yeah, exactly why Airsoft tech doesn't pay right there. So because obviously we've done all of it and still no result. Very frustrating, you know, when you're tired and just not getting a result. You know, stuff like this just makes you not want to do it. You know, bear in mind we've obviously just checked everything and gone over everything, and it's all made sense that obviously that would produce a resolution. So now we've got to think of something else because it's now just got considerably harder. And bear in mind this is a brand new gun, yeah. So remember, this is a gun that had no issue until obviously it was touched, yeah. So because it didn't have a feeding issue like that beforehand. So obviously we've introduced it somewhere. We just keep having to rack our brain and think about it. So obviously, you know, even though the hop unit's shooting great, you know, we're going to have to just look around that, I think, you know. So maybe we'll do a tightness test on the actual hop unit to see if the BBs are being restricted going through, even though they're actually going through and shooting fine. You know, obviously when you start to fire a high rate of fire with heavier ammo, are they backing up in there and then causing obviously the problem. Also separately, amp test, we'll do that on the gun because that's technically part of the control. And frustrating, I can't see any actual gun test results, even though Andy's got measurements on bevel and on the actual gears. He hasn't actually got a load test result, yeah, so I can't even compare it to his previously. Got an average peak of 19.23, which is pretty high in my opinion. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're getting spoiled by all these brushless motor results, but the 19 is pretty high. You know, we don't have a test result of beforehand, unfortunately, so so we might have to reshim it again. Yeah, so time wise, obviously Andy's already fully built this gun up, and the time taken to do that, which is potentially, you know, pretty sure it is yeah, 6 hours on his paperwork. So I've spent 6 hours, you know, doing it, and now here we are doing it again. And customers don't want to pay for just 3 hours work. It's just makes you just not want to do gun teching, you know what I mean? Not professionally anyway. You know, we added quite a bit of amp draw when we went from bevel only to 6.15 on both. And the bevel only was higher than what Andy was getting. Bevel only was just 4.87, we got 5.08. But then in his full, he got 4.82, which was technically lower than bevel on its own. We went up to 6, so I think we need to have a look at those two gears to make sure that they're not being over-shimmed. So, you know, you do the tests, you do your shimming, and obviously everything should work out. The reason we put these checks in is to deliberately catch problems which absolutely don't make sense and you have no idea how they're in there, but the test is saying something's wrong. So you have to trust the testing method to keep quality control in check. You know, just it's working, so job done. Just not good enough nowadays, you know. There's a lot of exceptional techs out there, and I think you've always got to be aiming to be with them, you know. So this is kind of like BB pressure test. So what you can do is you can obviously push the BB into the hop unit up against the actual lips of the hop rubber itself, and then obviously we can run this screwdriver through, start to put pressure. I mean, it's tight. I mean, that's not easy to get through there. You have to remember that you know, it shouldn't be. You know, that lip is well, this is a prime opportunity for drawing. Oh, we can get our diagrams out again. Where's my pen? So, hop unit, rubber, and then obviously we have an arm which goes in here, and that will push down with a barrel nub of some description, okay, through a window cut. The window cuts. So that as it's pressing through, obviously typically there'll be some sort of a bump formed. That's the old school. We'll work on old school because it's the most obvious. This pen is shite. Okay, so a BB is designed to obviously come up through the hop unit, and then it comes up here. Then you have a so once it reaches this chamber here, okay, into the bit, you have an air nozzle. Okay, and then the air nozzle is obviously going to push it that direction, which chambers the BB. So obviously we have a hop here, and then the BB is going to be pushed through, and it will sit up against this bump. So, and this is why I remember that old school problems that people used to get when they used to tip a gun forward and the BBs would just roll out, and then obviously I'd reply with obviously, well, you haven't put your hop rubber back in properly, you know, the actual nub. And then they're like, yeah, I did put the hop rubber back in properly. I'm like, no, you haven't. If you're tipping it forward, you know, that means that this bump is not there. Okay, so then obviously that's just going to roll straight out. So it needs to have something. Not to mention the fact that obviously pressure needs to build behind here, and it needs to physically stop it. So that then obviously as the piston compresses, you know, it starts to build up pressure inside this chamber that's back here, and then obviously hopefully you've got good air seals, and then obviously that pressure builds behind, and at some point it reaches a peak, you know, where it's just enough pressure to actually start to move past this, and then obviously BB goes out and presses past that. So we do need obviously something to be blocking it just enough so the pressure can build behind to then come out and push the BB at a decent speed. So which is a whole other separate thing with obviously barrel lengths and hop rubber hardnesses. But to get back onto the point of the nozzles, so we will get rid of that and the lips. So up here is the BB lip. Okay, so obviously now if some of the hop rubbers, because obviously nothing's designed for one gun anymore, it's all universal fitment and, you know, universal problems. So you know, this could here, it could be thicker, okay, on this particular hop rubber. So therefore now this gap is smaller, so now you've got your BB which is that big trying to fit through a gap which is this big. And don't get me wrong, it's rubber, so maybe it deforms that and pushes that out of the way and then squeezes through, right? But that's not great for feeding, is it? So this is only meant to form, this lip is meant to, so that the suit you sir nozzle needs to come in here, and then obviously the lip needs to, as it enters it, the lip needs to go nice and firm around it. It's going to get banned off YouTube. This is so that's going to be you know, forming that thing, and then obviously in theory, obviously this is, you know, and this is why some aftermarket companies try and focus on making these lips really, really tight, because what they're trying to do is promote amazing air seals, and our thing, and all they've gone is put it on some of them is just way too far, and obviously it's unfortunately, like I say, causing things where they get feeding issues, because it's just too difficult to push BB through, and then obviously you get BBs coming through at these distances, you know, all the time. So this is our next direction from a diagnostic perspective. We're going to be looking at that, and can we obviously get a feel for it, and obviously and try and somehow make it a bit smoother going through. Right. Yeah, so it's basically all of the pressure, because you have this double bump, basically. We're obviously at the front. I'll get my diagram out again. The front, you obviously have, you know, the lip, and obviously at the back you have the bump, right? So obviously, and as the BB pushes past the lip, which is taking a lot of force to get past that lip, like that, and then if I just take the force away just as it gets to the next stage, and then I then reapply the force to then sort of feel what this is like. It's like, ooh, effortless, pass straight past this part. So this is, so all that blockage, all the difficult to push through this area here is coming solely from the lips, which are only meant to form an air seal, you know, around the actual nozzle. They are not meant to provide lift or backspin or any sort of resistance whatsoever. So fine, right? Say difficult to push a BB through. Is that because obviously there's an extreme amount of pressure and backspin going through, you know? So fine, that's difficult to then push past. But all the resistance is coming from the lips. So let's look at that. No nub in there, we've still got that pressure resistance. Let's check this hop. Could have been a lot easier just starting with this, wouldn't it? Hindsight, oh, isn't that a wonderful thing, eh? Right, so here's the lips, and here. Oh look, easy peasy. It's when it goes in that, obviously it crushes it. Obviously always really, really tight hop units on the NGRS models. But these are the parts, you know. What can you do, eh? It should just work, right? Untacking. there's a small deformation just on this bit, but you don't know if that's been caused because obviously it's been tight and BBs have been trying to jam themselves through. Remember, obviously we saw that initial BB parts and flaking around the nozzle area, so it could have been trying to tell us all along, that there's a problem around that. There's always going to be that one guy at the start on the comment on the video as well. He's like, yeah, I knew it all along. I knew exactly what the answer was. So the videos are about the process in trying to figure it all out, the testing methods, what you need to potentially do to resolve it. So rather than just what the answer was, Roll pin. Where are you? So obviously the hot rubber is now inside out. You can see obviously on the inside of all these hot rubbers they have this sort of lip, reinforced lip here. Now sometimes you can catch a bit of flash casting on the inside which is causing problems. This looks pretty clean. So what we're going to do is we're going to just start to take down some of the height. I know what I'm doing here because obviously it's wouldn't be the first time we've had problems with these Psionics, and that's not to say specifically that it's the Psionic that's the problem, right? It's just the aftermarket parts and hot rubbers in general. But yes, it's just something they all do, and it's almost like a standard check. I didn't do the initial build. I also totally forgot to check it before I stripped and built a gun and potentially increased the resistance to my own shimming. Yeah, I don't like the concept of this part is just faulty. Especially since obviously we received so many bits that need modifications. Garda PSG1 piston, it physically won't move backwards and forwards, it actually clips the sector gear. You could then say, wow, this is piston's faulty, but they're all like it. So, you could complain to you all day long, say this Garda piston's terrible, well, sometimes you don't have a huge amount of selection of it. It's not like we've got hundreds of, PSG1 pistons, is it? So you work out why it's fouling, make a modification, and then in future, whenever you install that, it needs modifications. It's just part of just gun teching, I've built it in so long, sometimes I've just got a zero tolerance when customers message me. It's like, oh, this part's terrible, it doesn't work. I'm like, you have to make it work. You shouldn't have to, obviously. Manufacturers should make better parts, not defending them is what it is, but you still got to do a bit of gun teching, Sometimes I wish I didn't have to do quite so much though. So,
control mail.
4:45. So we've got a little bit.
Do you want to get 'em?
Yeah, I'll come over and we'll do that. Just remember it's the AEP hot rubbers in these. TM engineer said that it does the same thing as normal AEG ones but smaller, and that's the concept of progress, isn't it? Phones, same thing, just smaller. Although I think ironically they're getting bigger. That big old Pro I have, or whatever it is. Fancy a bigger one. Huge. Bloody heavy as well. But I like the bigger screen. Right, that's in. Two-piece TDC style on this new MP5. It's peak hop unit design. Still tight. The problem is, like I say, if you get a subtle resolution, I'm going to test it. A bit of fanning around, but it's difficult because like the test is technically failing. It's still you know, feels just as stiff as before. Let's do some more. I mean, it's quite a fine grade sandpaper, so maybe it's just not aggressive enough. So that's a tough one. Either way, whichever direction I go, you know, you lose time. And if you test out a fix, time wasted. Go back and modify more, potentially more time. Make sure this makes the click noise. So many other guns to do. So whenever you're messing about with these, just try and build in, you know, best practice of double checking red, red, black, black. Just say it, do it each and every time. It's just not worth fucking up a MOSFET, you know. Right, back in temperature testing. Okay, some success. So that little tiny bit of filing that we just did, even though it still feels like there's resistance, was the difference between it working and not spluttering. Now obviously it could technically devolve again. Obviously that's for a longer stress testing and the ultimate testing is with the customer. Obviously technically problem gone, so you have to move on those official results, but I still feel like it's over shimmed. We'll just double check, if you know what I mean, on the amp again. So I'm just gonna have to just unfortunately just admit I've done some shit shimming and go try and figure out where I've ballsed up. I mean, it's dropping to 18 now, so it's obviously right on a knife edge, and 18 is obviously safe, but I don't know, it's more time obviously, and it's just working, but I haven't just got another MP5 to just quickly go and grab. All we can do is obviously just refine and reiterate, procedure, which is to flipping right down the actual gun amp testing results, which isn't on here. It's frustrating. And obviously we would just be able to compare that, and we'd obviously have a norm, of what it was before, what it is now. It's below 20, which is better, but that's had to sort of do that itself by obviously being used. So it's clearly obviously very, very tight somewhere, I think, but I think I should go double check just for my own peace of mind, just to see if I can get better. If I can't get better, then that's just how it is, right? But let's see if we can get better. I think it'll be quite good. I'm afraid you're going to get no little shortened cut pristine videos from me. I'm afraid it's where the gun text just shows you purely just the success. And the whole point of these is that we show you the failures as well. Got more BB debris around there. Again, it could suggest that it's difficult to push through still, even though we're getting a more successful result. So I think what we'll do is we'll take some more out on that hop unit, even though we're working now. Yep, I can add that to your account. I'll do that in a bit. I think these are the same e-washers as we do for the scar ones, which can be searched for on our website in case you lose them. The Loctite's doing its job, isn't it? Yeah, so just that one screw then, and the other bit we'll take out when we do the stupid. just to try and make the getting that lower receiver on a bit easier. We're going to be doing that a few times. $58, that's correct. .77, that's as written on there, so that hasn't changed. And we'll test that independently in a bit. Okie dokie. .47 on the top, which is correct. Well, I've got 88 on there, but yeah. I mean, obviously we're just checking to see if something's accidentally changed, you know, over what's written. .91 on the top, which is correct. It's annoying, so I've got quite a lot of grease on here now. .49 bottom, yeah, that's correct. Right, so nothing's accidentally gone the wrong place. Right, let me just check middle one. Absolutely no slack in this one whatsoever, but it turns nicely. We did comment on this before, didn't we? I mean, it's hard to get access to it in there. The combination of course closing all up is just enough to just, you know, make it a bit too tight. I say sometimes if you try to get perfection on the shimmer like too much, that's led there's this sort of culture of, in the gun tech sort of world where some people like will deliberately leave the slack because it's just a safer bet. A few more screws in this time just to make sure there's no discrepancy happening there. And that is just smooth, isn't it? we're going to take 0.1 off this because we have to make a change. So, you know, we can't not make a change and expect the same result other than simply trying to bed it in for longer to try and reduce it down. So I think we're just going to take 0.1 off there and basically take away some of the changes I made to Andy's shimming, which is, you know, it just goes to show just obviously how practiced Andy is at it. You know, obviously does it every single day. Okay, so 0.1's off. So we're going to make a change to the physical note of the top of freaking hell, I'm tired. Oh, it's catching up on me. Jesus. Right, top. Spur top should now measure 80, which it does. Which is 0. Righty, so smooth moving. I don't believe I did that test last time, so maybe that's the we'll find a discrepancy.
My watch has stopped, it's about that time.
It really. Back in a minute. Jesus.
.73 amps with a 35 watt peak. 4.73. Okay, so that's dropped it down from 6.15 down to 4.73. So I'm pretty sure we can safely say that that was the problem. It literally spun just fine. You know what I mean? Like, as in that Middlesbrough, it was spinning, you know, you turn it around, nice and smooth, I could move it with my fingers, and resulted in, say, 2 extra amps, and the motor grip physically and wires noticeably getting hot. What a freaking difference in it, you know? It's just, I mean, and that was the you know, sort of gears that physically turn. I mean, it probably might have maybe bedded in over time and then obviously naturally come down on its own. It did initially start off at 20 amp draw and then it was down to 18. So it probably would have slowly progressively dropped, but I bet you now if we do it, we're going to get like a normal 16. Yeah, which is obviously just more battery life to the consumer, which is obviously why the brushless motors are so amazing, because obviously they drop amp usage down as low as like 2, you know what I mean? So which is amazing. So right, okay, so let me just jot these down. So 4.73. Just going to locate a few of these screws before we start tightening up.
Still got a bit of red on there from last time, so I'll just top up with some blue on here. Actually, if I can, no, let's do the red. So always pop a bit of grease on the springs, just, you know, pretty much all springs. If you see a spring, pop some grease on it. It's just to keep them quiet, and honestly, it's just not worth customers saying, "Oh, I've got this twang," if you know what I mean, and it turns out it's just a slightly dry spring somewhere, you know. So it just keeps things quieter. Right. Okay, so before we go any further, you know, obviously when we reassemble two halves of two, you know, of a gearbox, we always have to test, you know, the tappet plate, just to make sure that's free moving. And in this particular case, it's a little too free moving because the tappet plate spring isn't yet in there. And we also have to test the piston head and piston body, you know, to make sure that obviously it is free moving and not trapped on the runner guides. You can see there it's nice and smooth moving, so we know that that's safe. Also, I believe we've forgotten to put a part in here, so we'll just need to take that off, which is this bloody thing, always. That's what happens when you do the same gun over and over and over, it messes you flow, and you start to forget things. Still one screw. Is that falling down there again? Yep. Right. Okay, we're carrying on another day gone past, and so we have double checked the shimming, and I think we're happy with that now, aren't we? So we've got a significantly lower, we got what, one amp, you know, but it's enough to obviously improve things. And obviously that is exponentially increasing, obviously with the extra load from the spring, so that's better now. So we need to strip this down, obviously rebuild it back up properly with obviously all the bits and bobs, and we need to see if we can get a little bit more reduction on obviously that tightness of that hot rubber, and then we obviously need to go back and then move to final testing, if you know what I mean. Obviously because we're playing around with the hot rubber, we will have to do another range test as well before we can do that final video. just be careful when you're flipping these over. Obviously we do want to recover the shims. So obviously we've got the shims for the top of this. We need to get this trigger back in. Pretty sure that's the orientation. I must admit I don't often take that out, so in hindsight I'm wishing I took a photo, but I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. Okie dokie. So gears in, trigger in. We're going to be putting the cylinder set in. Double checking O-ring, which is good. Remember, if you have any questions on all this process, just put them in comments on the video, please. Right, so that's that installed, if you know what I mean, with obviously the cog right at the front, pushed right up against the front there. So we know obviously that's in the correct position. So now we can carry on by putting the top upper half. Again, just have a quick look around, obviously before you close up, just to make sure that you're sort of placing any parts around, that obviously may be like that, that possibly related to obviously going inside the gearbox. Just to make sure you've not accidentally put something over there that's you really wished you'd put inside the gearbox, if you know what I mean. So again, in theory, if you teach what we call best practice and do things the same every single time, in theory there should be no problems. So just like my shimming that I somehow got wrong. Well, I took a guess at a try, and I totally forgot that I'd given that a bit of a gamble on that spur gear, and yeah, turned out to be a little on the tight side. as you're sliding the upper on, let's get this pin out. Like I say, flip the other side, make sure that this plastic bit is clicked. Like that. Okay, front. Wires clear. Push the front down and tighten the screws. Okay, so what we're going to do is, it's a little bit awkward because I would like to do a range test, then I'd like to do the stress test on the range and stuff, so I am going to pause this one while I work on another gun build, so that I can test this later at range, and then I can then do the final stress test video, which I'll then combine onto the end of this rebuild, lengthy rebuild. And yeah, so I'm going to put this to the side. This sometimes happens, obviously, you know, you don't have I think range testing is a very important part of gun teching, so we don't just tech on a bench and then be like, oh, we're done. You know, obviously we have to go and shoot these things at range to make sure they actually shoot straight, and we have obviously been playing around with that hop, so that needs to be obviously proven out, because we do send guns you know, quite far, if you know what I mean, and you don't want them to be wrong, so we have to prove them out with testing. So we're going to be doing that. So I'm going to pause it there while we. I mean, potentially, obviously, if there's no more work and we're all done, you know, this is now going to segue over to, you know, to a testing video. So and then hopefully everything's all good. But if not, then it will continue. But so if we're completed, thank you very much for watching, and make sure you like, subscribe, please comment, obviously, to let me know whether it's good, bad, etc, etc. I'm probably just going to stick them up on YouTube anyway, but feel free to keep on letting me know what you think, so because it's important. So the last video had a like and a dislike. Obviously, you know, somebody didn't like it, so 50%, so 2 people, you know, and 1 person didn't like it, 1 person did. So, but why? Why did that person, you know, dislike it? So just stick it in comments, you know, just you know, be abrasive, just dump it in there, like, you know, mate, I don't like your voice, you know, so your camera was crap, your microphone was crap, so whatever, just let me know. All right, cheers. So low receiver. So fire selector in, because obviously we want it to seat the gearbox in position, and we also technically have a pin here we could do as well. So we need to pop some screws in. I'm going to route the wire in. Where's that screw gone? Right, it's the wiring sorted. Obviously always make sure your motor springs up and down cleanly. Try not to drop that. double check this again. God's sake, come on. Feels a little warmer in here today. I guess maybe heating up out there. Fibre. Still don't like the idea that that's all this friggin' work just to make this friggin' hot unit work, hot rubber work. episode of Star Trek out last night, Strange New Worlds. Didn't get a chance to watch that, unfortunately. Maybe tonight. Didn't like Discovery, but I do like Strange New Worlds. Yes, a bit better now. Let's move this through to range testing. Okay, I'm going to range test, back in a second. Nope, not fixed. We're all like, yeah, we're moving through to a testing video. Went and tested, shooting like shit again. It's all spluttering and, you know, just can't pass successfully a range test. You know, not to the standard that I'm obviously expecting, you know, and I think it's all that hot rubber, you know, that's causing it for us. So we're going to continue this time, obviously, just from a fault finding perspective. We have to give a different one a go, you know, just to make sure that it isn't something, you know, where they've just given us such a shitty hop unit, you know, from hot rubber from the manufacturer, and try and rule that out. So hang on a minute, I'm just going to hang my cloth over here. The way I've got it angled, it's like literally burning my retinas out. You know, we've got to persist with this particular hot rubber. Because obviously we need, you know, a modern style hot rubber, and you know, we need AEP. So that really limits the selection of companies that are willing to make hot rubbers for AEPs. What's the matter with you girls? Just don't wanna have fun now. What's the matter with you girls? Just don't wanna have fun now. I was doing listing earlier, putting this off. 3 more phone calls today, wanting guns booked in. Can't do it, boys, I can't do it. She can't take no more. Also found this on the desk, so brownie points for anybody who has already spotted and commented saying, you forgot that, you forgot it. in the comments. You forgot that bit. Everyone, look, you forgot a bit. Baby, baby. Try here now. What's the matter? Girls don't wanna have fun now. Here now. Damn, it's worse. That's what's so frustrating about it. I mean, it does look tighter. God, I mean, just imagine if it's just a friggin' off-spec one of these Psionic bloody hot rubbers wasting hours. You know, and I know it's sad, like, to be like, oh, I'm out of pocket for obviously, because you know you're gonna get reimbursed on one bloody hot rub, are you? Or however many they go wrong in a year. You know, it's just cheaper just to write the damn thing off, as sad as it is. You know, rather than have that frigging cost of hours and hours, because every hour that's lost, you know, is £60, just wasting away, you know. I mean, you want to resolve this and get a solution for your own sanity, so that obviously if it happens again, you know the answer. But you know, sometimes just, I don't know, sometimes you just got to be like, I'm just moving on and get to the next damn problem, you know. chucking it down outside, but on the plus side, it is Saturday and we can test, so hopefully get that done nice and quick. See here now, what's the matter with you, girl? Just wanna have. Still tight though, isn't it? It's like really tight. I mean, maybe it's not an issue. Don't know, the test says fail, that's what the test says, you know, and you have to trust in the test methods, but proof is in the pudding. Let's go and do a range test and see what happens. Hopefully we can see in the rain. Hey now, what's the matter with you, girl? Just wanna have fun now. Making sure the inside of this hot rubber is clear and flat. You know, it's definitely really hard, that hot rubber. This one here isn't as hard. It might be that I've just, you know, we just got the same problem of just a soft hot rubber. And for some reason this MP5 just needs rock solid hot rubber. Once again, all clear, passing all the tests. It's not too difficult to push through there. If it's still doing it, then we'll have to use the original hot rubber. There's obviously something from the newer batches or something maybe. I think what else? Any of the hard hot rubbers that I think that are specified hard would be the Firefly ones. So you want to make sure these wires are always flat, and then one of them clips underneath this wire clip here. It's just like guides them without obviously interfering with the hot wheel. Testing again. Apologies for a wait time. For me, it's been about 2 days. All morning today doing e-commerce and then serving customers in store. And now I can finally sit down at 4 o'clock to actually do some gun teching. So I've got so obviously we had a bit of time to obviously give this some thought, and we need to prove out, before we carry on spending any more time trying to modify because obviously we tried a new one inside there, and obviously that's not doing anything by fitting a brand shiny new one. So we know that obviously we've got two now that are potentially incompatible in this particular MP5, because obviously we have installed them in the past and got some success, but we know that obviously Psionic hot rubbers can be a bit finicky when it comes to feeding sometimes. So obviously we're going to fit the original TM hot rubber and see if we can completely resolve the feeding issues. If we can completely resolve the feeding issues, then we feel fairly confident that it's the hot rubber, and then we have to decide whether we want to try and persist with the Psionic one or fit one of the very other limited selection available of hot rubbers for this particular gun. Obviously we would like to try and make that one work. So it's really weird because obviously the other ones are quite a hard, and this one's quite a soft one, and it's just, like I say, just really tight. So obviously we can try the same tightness test on the TM one and see if we can get it moving, because I'm going to assume the TM one was originally working, so in the gun without obviously being able to test it. So more time to prove out this hypothesis, I'm afraid, because that is gun teching and fault finding. quite impressive that obviously I've shoehorned this one into the queue because obviously it was going to be super easy and I could just get it quickly done. Fun. I mean, ironically, it's much harder to get in there. to check down there for bunching to make sure it's like a perfect circle against the light. I also like to run it backwards and forwards a couple of times just to make sure that it seats properly in this window. Yeah, that seems good. Like I said, it's much tighter around the actual barrel, where obviously you do want a seal. So obviously that's the benefit of the AEP design, is that it grips into the barrel cuts like that to form a better seal without having to have a long sleeve to create the seal. But obviously we still got that tightness. So is that then coming from the actual simply from having too tight a diameter, you know, circle, basically. And instead of being thicker, being crushed, you know, to be too small. Yeah, it's just so much easier to push that BB through. You know, there still is some resistance, but you know, nowhere near as much as the other one. Obviously, we can just. I mean, I should really prove this out by obviously testing it working, but we know that the gun did work originally. You know, so it would be just nice to make sure that obviously there isn't, you know, another incompatibility with like a nozzle or something like that, you know. Just feels much easier to get through, doesn't it? Normally with these Psionics, if they're a little tight, you can just put them on their roll pin, just heat them up gently and just widen them a little bit. This one ain't playing ball, is it? Seems about the same. It's just so much looser compared to the TM one. TM one's a much tighter fit. You know, tighter, you know, suggests better seal, but it's much harder. So we're going to need to sand the inside of this because we need it to be looser so that BB can go through smoother. Needs to be a fine grip. I was just going to roll over it. I would like to get this done this century. I just lightly dust that with a Dremel, because it's taking ages. Where's it hiding? You're going to want light here and take your time. And good eyes, which I don't have. It's like a sort of mound that goes around there, and I found that if you take the inside of it out, it can often take off some of the pressure and get the feed in going again. rewatching The Magicians last night, or a few episodes of it. Very good show if you've not seen it. It's like Harry Potter if it had a 18 certificate. Very, very good. It feels a bit easier. Righty. God, that is so much more firmer, isn't it? Jesus. Marie, sometimes they do stuff by design. Evil geniuses. Method to the madness. Oh, fuck's sake. Never have any problem whatsoever with gun teching if it wasn't for the queue. You know, if it's just this gun, I spend all forever on it, not a problem. It's when there's a big old queue that there's an issue, which there always is. Okay, I'm gonna go test. Nope. Still shooting like shit. Honestly, fucking. I want to persist with this, but just ditching and just this. You can see why techs get so angry at companies that just do shit products. You know what I mean? So, because it is at the end of the day, like I said, this product should just be fitting in this gun, and it should just be working, shouldn't it? You know. I mean, I know they've revised the product and they've obviously seen an error in the ways and stuff, and obviously we're still stuck with obviously old stock, but that's not my problem, is it? You know, I've still got a load of their stuff to shift, so. Getting away in. Tend not to have the issue with the RHOP patches that they do, because obviously we install just the patch from them and we use the original TM rubber modified. Obviously if we're going to use the original TM rubber, then obviously we would get no benefit from the aftermarket, because obviously we'd still just be running a standard nub, rubber, which is obviously is not everybody's preferred. We want this RHOP MR-HOP style, which is obviously what these wide patches are here, where they lower it down. We want that style. It's just we just want a hot rubber that fits, you know. Suspected spam. You can fuck off. You've got the feeling right to the ceiling. 5 is gonna be alright. Oh, it's so difficult to get through there. It's like it's gotten worse, you know? I mean, maybe due to the softness of the rubber, it's just allowing it to distort and move, like it's pulling it through. You got the feeling, I do the singing. Fire's gonna make you feel alright. Jump to the ceiling. Got the feeling right to the ceiling. I'll make you feel alright. You've got the feeling right to the ceiling. You got the feeling right to the ceiling. Problem is, you need a test to do, you know, before you do all the assembly to save yourself all the time, you know. So you need to obviously to be able to like do this and obviously feel the pressure, but I've already done it like 20 times, and each and every time I'm like, oh yeah, that's alright. Well, fortunately, it's not too big a build to try it out. I'm going to do this one, I'll do it with the nub, but I'll just do it up loosely. It's not simulating any back pressure at all from a nub. Right, test time. Yeah, it's still not working. I'm starting to get on a bottomless spiral of, you know, the testing is just not producing accurate results for me. Starts off shooting absolutely great. You get about 4 or 5 shots in and then just sputtering. It's like it moves the actual hot rubber itself. You know, let's be honest, if there was a good alternative hot rubber, you know, this company's product would already be fucking binned off, wouldn't it? It would already be gone. It's just so frustrating that the product, you know what I mean, that's made it all the way to a build configurator, you know, and for it to get here, you know, we had to have had success on it, you know. And what do? Go and get 15 out of the packets and try 15 different ones? Yeah, we need to get to a resolution on this. Tested that before I took that apart. Yeah, that's what happens when you start spiraling. fucking thing. What you don't want to be doing is multiple rebuilds. Because of one part, for fuck's sake. Right, I'm going to go test with the original TM hot rubber. Okay, so we have flawless feeding on TM hot rubber. So we can safely say that obviously the problem is not, you know, the other parts, or it's not entirely the other parts. It's because obviously it could be an incompatibility with that and another part, obviously. Yeah, we change that out and we get an instant resolution. So we're obviously banging our head against the wall a little bit with obviously this particular part from Psionic. However, you know, like I say, we've got this situation where obviously it's technically on paper, which is why it's spec'd up, you know, the best option. We just have this feeding issue, so either we persist with obviously trying to modify this so that obviously it's not doing whatever it's doing, since we don't have x-ray vision and can see exactly what it's doing. Yeah, or we change out to obviously say leave the original TM one in there. You know, obviously it's not what the customer paid for. They obviously pay for that particular bit to be installed, but it certainly would be better to have it working than not working. We'll have another maybe one crack, maybe two of trying to get the hot rubber modified. Failing that, we'll either have to search for an alternative. You know, PDI do one, maybe Bugatti. Yeah, it's just not a 9-ball do one, but obviously basically like a TM one, but just a better material. Different material. It's hard to say with better material because obviously TM have technically revised that product to work, because obviously they also potentially had these similar issues on the first batch with the braking nozzles. So there's obviously a very tight tolerance there if you're not moving between the nozzle and the hot rubber. Also I took some amp readings, so we can pop them on the paperwork, but we've got 15.73 amps, so it's a huge reduction over the original 20 that we recorded previously, just because of one 0.1 shim. It's dropped down from 140 WP down to 115. So just less usage across the board. Great results. That's what we're more hoping to see. You've got the feeling you've been to the ceiling. Still quite a bit of resistance. It makes you think, it's like, is it just the material, you know? Yeah, the length seems the same. Doesn't seem unusually long or anything on the lips. You've got 3 reasons. I'm gonna feel alright. Test time. So it's better for about a mag, 2 mags, which could be coincidental, but let's assume it's, you know, part of the modifications, so we might be going in the right direction, which is a positive sign, I guess. But then obviously it devolved again into spluttering and sounding shit, so almost like it's blocked, you know. So when you get a you know, blockage or a BB jam. Sake. Did I get one of those nozzles out? Goes in fine. Really is just no effort. Why are we getting this feeding issue? Is much firmer on the TM and much easier to get it through on this Psionic one. But that said, obviously these are not inside the up unit. You can only keep modding in a direction until it's too much, you know. Okay, so this is going to be the last go of this. If we're still not doing it, then I'm afraid this product is horseshit. So we're just going to pull it off all the builds, and it's frustrating. Right, back in a minute. Nope. Still feeling like shit, and obviously I just don't want to take any more out of it. It's almost feeling like loose in there now, if you know what I mean. I think potentially the issue is that it's just not a hard enough material. For some reason the MP5 just needs something a lot more rigid, for whatever reason. So we're going to pivot. We're going to stick a R-hop patch in there, and normally I demonstrate everything on here, but I've basically pre-modified this AEP hot rubber here from TM, so that I save some time. So, but because it's getting on a bit, and I would like to go home at some point. Okay, black line at the top. Installing these. So the only issue with his custom ones that he did specifically was that compared to the these ones, from what I can tell, is that he's got the top and bottom cut. The problem is you have cuts on the hot rubber, so they drop in there and fill that. So so it might be better just not having those in there and just having a normal patch, and then you can just drop the hot rubber straight on without having to modify it. But other than the fact that you've obviously got to Dremel out a section of it. Depends obviously on you know, if you were working on the assumption that obviously you would be fitting an AEP modified one made by Psionic, you know. Obviously we're still waiting for that product. So. Got the bloody tape, didn't I? This would probably be better without the tape, if I'm honest. Okay, want our hop kit installed. Every time. Right, I'm going to test. No, it's not feeding on that hot rubber, which is a TM, and the R hop. It's just getting ridiculous now. You know, there was no variables that suggest that something else, you know, a different hot rubber would not feed. You know, we tested the TM one working. We've now put a TM one in there. It should also work. Why is it not working? It's just shit like this, you know. You just think to yourself, why even bother? Really stiff. Flipping hell. Righty, sitting down a bit earlier today, try and see if we can knock this one out. So obviously we tried the other day feeding poorly even on a TM AEP hot rubber that was obviously modified, so we have the risk now of obviously modifying this one to then have it also not work. So that would just be crazy. But we're going to try that because obviously we know that this one feeds. So, you know, I mean, honestly, what is the... You know, it just doesn't make sense. So, I mean, you know, be awesome if somebody smarter than me, you know, can figure that one out. So, but I can only assume, like I say, that it's something to do with the hardness of this, because the shapes just seem, you know, I just don't understand why it's spluttering so poorly coming through there. So yeah, we're going to try the that hot rubber, obviously but modified, and then we're going to flip it inside out, take the inside out. You know, just remember that obviously these modifications are specifically for obviously A, trying to change the shot type, but B, obviously trying to maximise lift on heavier ammos. You know, if you're going to be running 2s, 2.5s, you know, then you know, just the standard TM hot rubber is absolutely fine. It's obviously for us who are hoping for a different shot type that comes with, like, the, you know, the R-hop or MR-hop style. It sometimes promotes a flatter flight, which obviously sort of less of a sort of an arched shot, more of a flatter shot, which you know, I say some prefers, and that's what obviously we're trying to achieve with by changing the hot rubber, because the easiest answer is, well, why not change? Why change at all? And the problem is obviously, where do you draw the line with fitting upgrade parts? Because obviously obviously this gun worked fine beforehand, and obviously now we've introduced issues. So the argument against is obviously, well, just leave these guns well enough alone, and then obviously all guns will just work fine. But that's the problem. Obviously with upgrade, we need lots of shops are selling upgrade parts. You know, obviously. You know, we need to be able to have upgrade parts that fit. You know, the key is obviously trying to figure out as to why it isn't working. You know, there's got to be a reason. You know, it's just proving it out. But yeah, it's a real bottleneck for us, and proven to be a real headache and problem for us running this shop, in air quotes, professionally. Is getting turnaround time. We just can't get fast turnaround time to the point at which, you know, it's just uneconomical, you know, running a workshop. It really is, at the moment anyway. You know, maybe obviously other people have, you know, get on absolutely fine, and, you know, I don't know, and breeze guns and do 15 a day. I don't, and I can't get the fast turnaround time, and until I can, maybe I'm just trying constantly to just, you know, do too much or try too hard. I don't know, and do, you know, more too complicated. Maybe I just need to back it off a bit, keep it simple. Like some places we just stick a spring in and job done. It's got that flat. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave these notches, these locating notches, in case there's something I'm not realising that, that this needed to happen, and have these locating notches. So we won't remove those, we'll leave them in place, and we'll modify the R-hop patch in order to so that this will fit round it, which does mean just trimming that R-hop patch a little bit. Suspected spam, go away. It's a nice feature of the iPhone, isn't it? Suspected spam. You pick it up and there's that pause just as the computer system on the other end is trying to determine if there's anybody actually on their end. You just have to be quiet and it goes beep beep and just cuts off because it doesn't detect the human being. If you detect something, it puts you through at the call center, and it's like, and you hear that call center noise in the background. It's like, hello, yeah, am I speaking to? Yeah, go away. So annoying. I think there's a special place in hell for those people, I tell you. Right, we are going to be disassembling, get the original bit out, see if we can get this shooting smooth. So the downside to obviously making this modification to this now is that we've got nothing to now roll back on. You know, we've got no aftermarket hop units that seem to, hop rubbers that seem to go in here and successfully work. Which is really weird because obviously we've been working and building MP5s for years now, you know. But it's not the first time, you know. I'm just trying to rack my brain back to obviously the previous times that I think we normally just reseated it, you know, or we tried, you know, a lot of them, or end up. I think we end up just fitting these R hops, which is always defaulting to it. I'm just trying to remember. It's the downside to obviously Andy doing the legwork of the tech work, but now it's me. I think it was TM High Cycle ones back in the day used to be really picky with hot rubbers as well. and it's quite stiff again. It's a great idea for locating it, but I don't know, we get the bloody turnaround times up on these bloody gun ticking. I mean, obviously putting the hours in one way. Apologies. Talk about doing more work, isn't that my fun? Right. Try to locate this rubber. Jesus, too much. This is Prometheus' new revised barrel, so hopefully it's revised for a reason. Okay, wish me luck, I'm going to test it. Yep, so we're back, and feeding issue is now back on that hot rubber. So in that hot rubber we tested working fine, and it's just getting to be like this can't see the forest for the trees situation going on here, because it's, you know, every single hot rubber we installed in this gun does not feed, you know, and it's not rocket science on how to fit a hot rubber, you know what I mean? So so this is a very confusing one, because this is bread and butter stuff that should just be, you know, out the door, already done by now. Just embarrassing videoing it, if I'm honest, you know. So you know, just to be constantly in this situation and not being able to knock out a simple gun, because of what it is, you know. So we need to go back to testing, and we need to try and figure out where this problem is, what is actually doing it, because obviously problems in hindsight are fucking easy, yeah. So but at some point, you know, when people get all those answers off the internet and stuff, somebody has to figure out what that problem is. And we've obviously got this problem of this poor feeding. No matter what hot rubber we install in this gun, just is constantly jamming up, and like it's blocked. And obviously I can't see any other different way to obviously install those hot rubbers, you know, but yeah, every single one, you know, so it's hard to specifically blame this hot rubber and all the modifications that we've done for it, if obviously no matter what hot rubber we install in here is constantly, you know, not working. So I'm going to take this hop unit out of this gun, and I'm going to stick it in a brand new gun, okay? Because what I want to try and do, and vice versa, yeah. So so I want to try and put the hop unit from one in one and hop unit in another, and I want to see if obviously either one of them continues to be blocked, yeah. So to try and figure out where this problem is, yeah. So hop unit out of this one, and then hop unit out of another one, and then we're gonna swap them around, all right? So we've got to be careful with obviously mixing up bits and bobs. So we'll get the hop unit out of this one first, and then we'll put all this to the side. Not enough desk now, is there? Oh, torches on. No, what's going on for? so much easier to get. Just everything is just suggesting tight hot rubber, but see how many times I'm gonna friggin' install it. It's got even smaller spring inside this gun. You know, it was getting jams on 350 FPS. You could argue that it would definitely get jams on 300 FPS. But we need to see the problem disappear and will effectively move with the hop unit. We need to see it move with the hop unit just to rule out that there's not something, you know, compatibility or something with a air nozzle or some shit like that, you know, that's just confusing, you know, like say forest for the trees. Everything's just still getting all blurred, getting in a flap. I'll quickly test this one, get some results from this. Instant blockage on that. So again, putting a BB through it and it's just seeming too tight. That's some sort of special handshake to install a hot rubber on these. Jesus. Just gonna put the one screw in. It's just getting mental. Test it. Okay, so feeding on an original, barrel, an original hot rubber setup is absolutely flawless on the upgraded gun. Okay, so we're pretty sure then that things like taper plates and nozzles and stuff are not the incompatibility, but that still leaves us with obviously a barrel that could be incompatible for whatever reason. Or it could be the way we're installing the hot rubber somehow, if it's even possible. So we continue again. We should be alright for the next couple of hours, unless customers pop in terms of time on the gun. So obviously we're going to be removing the original barrel set, which we've obviously tested working perfectly with obviously this upgraded MP5. And then obviously we're going to be putting in the problematic set, but this time obviously we're going to possibly be using, like I say, we might try, for instance, original TM barrel combined with the original hot rubber set. I know obviously what you guys want. Is obviously all the upgraded stuff, but I'm banging my head against the wall here trying to obviously figure out whether it's a faulty part or whether it's a incorrectly installed part or what the incompatibility is, so we know we're sure, like I say, that it's the tighter hot rubber, but it's why and why we can repeatedly install it yet it's still resulting not working. So bear with me while we try those. And I'm going to get this like new MP5 obviously put back together again, so obviously it's got all its bits and bobs. Like I say, I could swear that we had this success on this particular hot rubber. I know we've had problems, but we've also had success. So is it just a matter of just reseating it over and over and over until we get it installed correctly? Right, so original hot rubber unit out. Upgraded gun parts over here. Right, now we need to get this one. so that is the stuttering one. I mean, it could even be the hop unit. I've had that before on some where we ended up having to change out the hop unit, and everything just went swimmingly after that. You know, TM obviously use injection moulding, and sometimes it was possible for obviously it to come up a bit tighter than normal. Right, so a new gun, so let's move across the original unit. So top wire, middle wire, bottom wire, push it flat and underneath the wire guide. Okay, so upper back on. So gearbox pin. It's a bit tight, isn't it? How's the box? Oh, it's gone. There's a different cut on the back there, but it's not going to make any difference, is it? I don't even know why they got that long cut on there.
Is that pin in your extra for you?
Ah, cheers, thank you. So weird, because that's in there. There's no physical guide at the back here for that. This cut literally does nothing. Why even have it in there? Oh, wait, no. C-clip. I'm going to go test this. Okay, we've tested it with the original inner barrel and the original hot rubber that we obviously modified for our hot, the one that's previously not feeding, and it is now feeding flawlessly, so with the original TM barrel. So I feel better that we've got some progress going in the right direction. So I've got a new barrel out and we're going to be trying that one to see if I mean, I still think it's just, you know, poor seating, but I mean, it's vicious, brutal, you know, if it's just 8 times of incorrect seating. I mean, you know, I don't know. So, but we're going to try a new barrel because obviously we can't risk any more time. We need successful feeding to move this further forward onto something else. We've just, you know, we just need results. So for this. I'm going to test. Okay, so we've got new barrel in there and obviously the previous one, and it is now feeding flawlessly. So yeah, something is up with this. It could be this obviously tape and the fact that I fit it without the tape this time, so we could do that and maybe get a result, success. But then that doesn't explain obviously why these ones were not working either. So it could well be that there is something wrong with this Prometheus barrel. I'm just out of time. I'm out of willpower to continue to test. You know, we've now have a successful combination of parts, so this barrel is obviously going to go to the side, and what we're going to potentially try and do is the next MP5. I'll mark it as trying in that particular gun, and then obviously if we can then get a success, then we obviously know that it was something to do with the installation being unbelievably finicky, with obviously how you know, for what they call bunched buckings or that kind of thing, or we then introduce a problem once again of incorrect feeding, and then we obviously know that it's this barrel that's faulty, if you know what I mean. So for whatever reason, so yeah, more money down the drain as a gun tech. So so yeah, I don't know. It's yeah, but I'm going to move this through to range testing stage, and then we're just going to double check obviously the range testing. If it passes range testing, I'm going to double check FPS, and then if obviously all that passes, if you know what I mean, then the next video you're going to see is obviously going to be the final testing video of just demonstrating it functionally working, if you know what I mean. You know, multiple mags to demonstrate it working good for the customer. So alright, thank you. Hello, Richard here from EagleSix Airsoft. We are going to be testing this Tokyo Marui MP5 NGRS. This one has had, we went through a whole video which we're trying to upload the videos of the builds now. That should hopefully be going up shortly after this. So it's a whole lengthy procedure, but long story short, it seems like we found a faulty barrel, which was causing some feeding issues, but we've resolved that now, and inside this is upgraded EagleSix M95 spring. We've got the RHOP kit inside there with the Psionic patch and the original TM rubber. We've got the Prometheus EG 229 type bore barrel, the 603. We've got the FPS bushings. We've got the Prometheus hard gear set in 18:1. We've got the FPS piston head. We've got the FPS carbon fiber piston. We've got the FPS cylinder head, FPS cylinder, and we've got the upgraded Cobalt motor from Tokyo Marui, this super high torque motor for the faster trigger response, and the FPS air nozzle. We're just going to demonstrate this working now, just to clearly demonstrate no feeding issues anymore. So. And feeding issues are back. And it's fucking fun working on airsoft guns. Hello, welcome to the EagleSix Airsoft video. We're going to be trying again with this Tokyo Marui MP5. It's been a bit of a pain of a gun. So considering it's simple gun that we've done, you know, probably about 100 times now, it's been quite problematic. So we're getting this issue where effectively it's like spluttering coming out. So we'll get like a period of it working, and then obviously then transitions to not working. And yeah, it's just, you know, or just sometimes we install it and it's just completely terrible to immediately. So after a lot of testing, it seems to be, like I said, that it transitions from you know, good to bad. So so which is obviously confused somewhat the testing, because obviously we're blaming one thing and then we resolve it and then we're like, oh well, it was that, you know, and then obviously it then happens again. So it seems to be something to do with the barrel and possibly, you know, air nozzle. So in that it's almost like the hot rubber starts off in one position, then moves.
which is very weird because obviously it's very, very tight in there, you know, the hot rubber. And it's, you know, so we've measured the barrels, they seem identical. Yeah, so obviously we're quite a lot of time in now on this one, and I've got quite a lot of a queue. So what I've done is to get a resolution, I've just removed the Prometheus barrel. So so it's the quickest way to a consistent resolution. And then obviously we'll now move it to testing stage, obviously long-term testing with the customer. So I just wanted to demonstrate it here working. Obviously it's now got, obviously, and we'll go through the parts that are inside there. It's got the upgraded power spring. It's got the Psionic Thor hot rubber. It's got the Psionic tensioner. It hasn't got the Prometheus barrel. We've taken that back out, so we'll have to refund that for now. We've got the FPS cylinder. Sorry, the FPS bushings. Got the Prometheus gears. The FPS cylinder head, FPS cylinder. We've got the Prometheus. Sorry, the FPS piston head, FPS piston. The samarium cobalt motor for the faster trigger response, and we've got the FPS air nozzle. So we need to obviously investigate, you know, further at some point. What we'll do is we'll do it on the next MP5, you know, so because obviously this has had, you know, too many rebuilds, too much time. So we just want to get this to successfully working, and then, like I say, if it comes back or later on when we've got a bit more time, then we can address it. I've just got so many guns I've got to get done for this weekend, so we need to move forward on this one. So I've got it tested and working, and we're just going to demonstrate it now. Fucking battery. 1 second. What we're looking for was obviously sort of a spluttering effect, you know, highs, lows, shorts, extremely shorts, you know, poor feeding, you know, these kinds of results, if you know what I mean, which are typically from incredibly tight hop rubbers. And it is tight when we do the testing. You know, you can barely get a BB for it. So you're like, oh, okay, well, I'll modify it. You know, we've got video of it. You know, ages for modifying it, trying different combinations. The problem is obviously we get resolution, and then we go back to fitting again, and then it then moves to back being, because it's all clear. We're like, oh, that's smooth moving, and then we go back a few times, and obviously go back to it. So I'm worried that possibly there's a length issue on the nozzle, where maybe, like I say, it's slightly too long. Maybe it's bashing that hop rubber, and then it's obviously forcing it into a position that's now too tight, possibly. Or the Prometheus barrel is having it sit too far this way, and then again, we're still getting impact of that. So it's not maybe not one thing, I don't know. So, but all we know is that we get rid of the Prometheus barrel, and I've now got a resolution. So we're, yeah, and it's significantly better. You know, would we like the Prometheus barrel? Yeah, of course we want it back in there. So, but you know, we've only recently moved, you know, to the new version, the Neo version of the barrel. We just haven't got enough history with that new product, if you know what I mean. And I bloody hope it's good, because obviously I've got bloody 50 of them, you know. So yeah. So I don't know. We need to get the barrel installed on another gun, and then see if we can obviously consistently create the thing. But all of this takes huge swaths of time to do. You know, just hours and hours just bleeding away. And then obviously people wonder why we take so long if you're not doing the guns and stuff. You know, this is absolute simple bread and butter stuff for us. You know, we do it all the time. Yet we've just lost days, you know, on trying to fault find a potentially faulty barrel, you know, so you know that is not normally faulty, you know. So it's just, you can't win, you know. You can't plan it. It's just like, you know, I would not wish gun tech in on anyone. I really wouldn't. So right, so it's all tested. Got to the end of it. Like I say, I will stick up the, you know, ridiculous long, build video, trying to obviously, resolve it, and the shimming, which I've created my own set of issues on that by redoing Andy's one and putting in an extra shim too much, because I'm terribly out of practice on the shimming, and yeah, that's all there. And obviously our eventual resolution of that. I don't know, maybe, we're just trying to record obviously all the tech in, with regard, with the exception of right at the end of this when I had to just crack on and get it done. But we're trying to record all the gun builds so that people can see the whole thing from start to finish, just how hard teching can sometimes be when you do not know the answer. Yeah, so because that's the thing is people go online or they phone us up and say, oh, I've got this problem, or what's the answer? And then we tell them, because obviously at some point we've gone and figured stuff out. But what happens when you actually don't know the answer? Hindsight, a wonderful thing when you do know. I mean, we still technically don't know. So exactly, we know that obviously removing that barrel resolve things, but it still needs to go to the customer. It still needs to have that extended testing, and at some point we still need to resolve the issue of we need an upgraded barrel for the MP5 NGRS. So yeah, it's more stuff. We're just going to push that down the road. So and then I need to get the 416 done and a VSR done. So righty, and SGR12. So right, cool. Thank you for watching and enjoy your build. Like I say, it's now working and great, and it really is great now. It's just yeah. If I don't see it for a little while, I think I'll be happy. So I'm fed up to seeing this silhouette, but I need to do another one for a little while. So but cool. I hope you enjoy. Thank you.